Welcome to tonight's meeting of the Port Phillip City Council. The City of Port Phillip respectfully acknowledges the traditional owners of this land, the people of the Kulin Nations. We pay our respects to their elders past and present. We acknowledge and uphold their continued relationship to this land. This meeting is being conducted in a hybrid style and is streamed via Council's webcast page and Facebook Live. Streams and recordings of Council meetings are copyrighted and cannot be altered, reproduced, or republished without the permission of Council. If we experience any technical difficulties this evening, we will adjourn the meeting for a short time to resolve the issue. I remind attendees that any member of the public addressing Council must extend due courtesy and respect to Council and the processes under which we operate, and must take direction from the Chair, myself, whenever called on to do so. Speakers must remain respectful, and statements or questions must not be defamatory, offensive, or objectionable, aimed at embarrassing a councillor or a member of Council staff, or relate to a matter outside the powers of Council. The first item on tonight's agenda is request to attend by electronic means. I've been advised by the CEO that we have not received any request to attend electronically for tonight's meeting. On to apologies. As everyone's in the room, we have no apologies tonight. On to minutes of previous meetings. Councillors, the minutes of the Council meeting on the 15th of November 2023 have been circulated. Are there any questions regarding these minutes? If not, can I have a motion to confirm these minutes? Thank you, Councillor Martin. Seconding Councillor Nyaguy. I'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried. Yep. On to declarations of conflicts of interest. Does anyone have a conflict of interest in a matter being discussed at tonight's meeting? The CEO?
Through you, Mayor, I have a potential for a perceived general conflict of interest in regarding to report 10.2, the St Kilda Triangle live music venue, due to the nature of my wife's employment. I do note that I haven't been involved in the preparation of the report. I'm not a decision maker tonight, and the information being considered is on the public record, so I feel comfortable to stay in the chamber during the discussion of that item.
Thank you. Any other conflicts of interest to be declared? No? Then we'll move on to public question time and submissions. There's a lot of you here tonight, and I'm sure many people listening online tonight too. So under Council governance rules, questions can only be asked about items not on the agenda. Therefore, if you're speaking to an agenda item tonight, please note that I will not refer your questions to an officer for a response. However, a councillor may wish to take up your question on your behalf when the item is considered. I think I have about 50 people speaking tonight, so we will hold up to the 2-minute rule. If you're asking a question tonight, if you could get to the question so we can get to that answer, because sometimes the answer might take a while too. So 50 times 2 is 100 minutes plus response time. We're going to be here really late. And we want to make good decisions tonight, so I think it's important that we are able to get to the main part of this meeting for what we have the agenda set tonight to be fair to the whole community. Now, when I call your name, if you're in the room, we will have some people virtually. Please come down to the chair here in the middle. The light on the microphone should already be on, which you'll see it's red, so you don't need to turn it on or off. But I need you to say your name and suburb for the record, and we'll have a 2-minute timer up here. It makes a really annoying sound, but that to be fair, that everyone gets the same opportunity, and we'll try to be succinct in our responses tonight and debate to be make the meeting a reasonable time tonight. All right, I call upon Madeline Campbell, speaking to item 10.1, Gasworks Art Park, site plan endorsement. Hi, Madeline.
Hi there, thank you. Madeline Campbell, Acting Principal of Albert Park College, living in Elwood.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to address Council this evening. This is a very important issue, and one I know many parents and supporters of the college have emailed you about. The Victorian Government has provided around $25 million to create a really quite amazing new facility, a youth arts precinct to be enjoyed by the young people of Victoria and managed by APC and VCAS. It will have 2 theatres, rehearsal and teaching spaces, and will give young people a professional standard facility to begin their performing arts careers, and it's currently in the tender process. JCB Architects have produced a design that utilises the abandoned gas depot on the Pickle Street boundary, managing to retain the beautiful old heritage wall facing Pickle Street. To make the design work, they have proposed to lower the high brick wall facing the inside of the park to around waist height, the original heritage height, with an entry point to the park. It's currently a brick wall built in the 50s, topped with razor wire, covered in graffiti, built to protect the park from heavy machinery. Its retention at the current height would cut the development off from passive view, result in serious personal safety issues and open the facility to vandalism in ways that potentially contravene council building codes. The current walled-off space has been heavily vandalised, as any visit to it will show. It would prevent the effective addition of 420 square metres of landscape space to Gasworks Arts Park and would effectively prevent the facility from being open to the community. This will be a community performing arts centre used by the young people of Port Phillip, something our young people deserve. APC prides itself on the fact we don't put walls up around our campuses, they are community facilities that we make open to the public regularly. And that's what we want for the Youth Arts Precinct and why the wall needs to be lowered. I want to stress two things. Firstly, the current wall is not being removed. It's being lowered to approximately waist height to create a boundary between the park and the facility. And APC has always worked cooperatively with the park and council to manage movement across the park. And this new facility will not change that, as we have and continue to have movement protocols in place for the students.
Thank you, Madeline. I'll have to stop you there. Thank you very much for coming in. I call upon Christine Fetterplace, speaking to item 10.1, Gasworks Art Park as well. Hi, Christine.
Hi. Councillors, we're here tonight to ask you to defer the decision...
Oh, sorry. Can you say your name and suburb for the record, please?
Sorry. Christine Fetterplace, Albert Park.
And you can move the microphone. It is a bit manoeuvrable if it's better for you.
Is that better?
I think so, yes. Thank you.
We're here tonight to ask you to defer the decision on the future of the brick wall on the border of the Gasworks Park until a meaningful consultation with the local community has been held. To date, this has not happened. Council staff added this as a side issue to the park plan consultation, and it was a poor examination of what it would look like or the consequences for the park. Of those who commented, 66% were in favour of the wall being retained at its original height. The report also doesn't mention the 500 people who signed our petition requesting the retention of the wall. These are reasons Council should be continuing to fight the VSBA to keep it. The school has a ready and willing lobby group at hand, but the wider community does not hear about these decisions that are being made on their behalf. Whether the VYAP project is favoured or not should not have anything to do with the demolition of the wall. It will make no difference to the function of their campus and theatres. The reasons given to demolish the wall, or as we heard tonight, lower it, the only real reason is that the school wants their campus to be in the park. The reasons why it should stay in its original state are, even though it doesn't have heritage status, it has been there as the border to the park for nearly 70 years. The wire on top was put there to protect the multi-net depot and can be removed. The graffiti on the wall is a form of art, and if removed, the heritage walls may be their next target. It creates a boundary between a public park and a school campus, less problems for the council, protects the school campus from vandals, guides the students to use footpaths instead of transversing across the park.
Thank you, Christine. That was the 2 minutes.
Thank you.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have to be very strict with the 2 minutes.
I just wanted to say that last word.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
I call upon David Fetterplace, speaking to item 10.1, Gasworks Arts Park. Hi, David. Name, suburb, and you have 2 minutes, please.
David Fetterplace from Albert Park. The concept plan for Gasworks Park has conflated with that plan major proposals for the modification of the boundary wall between the park and the arts precinct. The future of the wall is quite separate to the improvement of the park. The concept plan proposes changes to manage student movement, The proposed treatment of this wall in the report on the plan creates a whole new dynamic in relation to student movement and impact. Recommendation 3.2 puts forward proposals for major changes to the wall, but what does it actually mean and what are the implications if adopted? What is the exact detail of the ownership of the wall? Does Council or the VSBA own areas for change? Which part of the wall is going to be 0.9 metres high? Where are the high wall areas and how high will they be above 1 metre? What is the location of the emergency exit? How will accessibility be actually managed? We note that the report's recommendation 3.3 in section 11 on the implementation does not provide for any public scrutiny or consultation on the detail. It will be an opaque process worked out between the council officers and the VSBA. If the councillors know the answers to all these questions now, then why shouldn't we have a transparent process that provides the community opportunity to review and comment? There are several strong reasons to retain the wall. They've been outlined and I won't go across those again, but to say the risk of goat tracks for school access to this facility is real, and the evidence of the last 2 years of school access through the park shows that an agreement is useless and management of student movement ineffective and unsustainable. A decision about changes to the wall should not occur until the community has a chance to comment on the proposed changes. I am asking Council to defer a decision on the future of the wall until the community is consulted. This will not delay the implementation of the park plan, nor the arts precinct for that matter.
Thank you, David. I call upon Christina Kins, speaking to item 10.2, which is the St Kilda Triangle live music venue. Hello, Christina.
My name's... Is it on? Yes. My name's Christina Kinst from St Kilda. Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. So I like the live music venue proposal. It draws us back into the original smaller triangle, opens Lower Esplanade as a key connection to the sea, and preserves Catani's grassy slopes. The use fits well into St Kilda's live music precinct, and its proposed audience will no doubt boost Auckland and Fitzroy Streets before and possibly after the shows. The live music industry seems interested. Overall, the community seems to support the concept, as the recent consultation shows. Though there are some things to iron out: the parking, the design of the building, and funding. Funding, of course, is the big one, and this is tonight's dilemma. Understandably, the Triangle Money black hole cannot continue indefinitely. However, I hope you persevere and vote tonight to at least invest a little more to continue the discussions. It would be a shame to lose momentum on what is a reasonable vision for the Triangle before we know whether it is financially possible. If, despite giving it our best, the project eventually fails to get off the ground, which I would be quite sad, but it may not, then this would be a good time for Council to not only pause the Triangle, but to actually step back from the idea of a once-in-a-generation development opportunity that it has been pursuing for nearly 25 years, and pivot to landscaping and greening opportunities.
Thank you, Christina.
Making the Triangle a beautiful car park or a beautiful park.
Thank you. I call upon Mary Stewart, speaking to item 10.2, the St Kilda Triangle live music venue as well. Hi, Mary.
Good evening, councillors. My name is Mary Stewart. I live in St Kilda. I work in St Kilda. I run a business in St Kilda, and I'm also on the St Kilda Tourism and Events Association, as well as other community organisations. I speak tonight and also long-term in terms of Luna Park. I speak tonight in opposition to the recommendation on the basis that I do not believe that it is appropriate to spend the amount of money that is being recommended for this next stage. The recommendation, as I understand it, that is before Council, proposes that there be a venue, a live music venue, that would cater for 5,000 people with reduced parking. The amount of parking that is available in St Kilda currently is inadequate for the visitations that St Kilda has. And I believe that it is counterintuitive and against the interests of the community to not provide an adequate number of parking if the number of additional patrons that are being drawn into the area is of this quantum. I support live music in St Kilda, but I do not support the proposal as it currently stands. I think that in terms of the survey results, there were a significant number of St Kilda residences and businesses that believed that the amount of parking that was being proposed was inadequate, and that in terms of the number of respondents to the community consultation survey, I thought was woefully poor, a reflection of the very short time frame that was set in order to undertake that sort of survey. And the fact that you had 220-odd responses is testament to that.
Thank you, Mary. Do you have that photo? Just give me a second. Sorry. Now, Mary, I understand you are going to make a submission on behalf of Hugh Van Handel.
If that's acceptable. He had sent a written submission in, but it did not meet the cut-off time. So he's requested that I read it for him.
Yes, so it's before the cut-off time, and I know that he couldn't be here for a certain reason, so go ahead on this occasion. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I know that that will be appreciated. Hugh says, and I will try and paraphrase and shorten it as much as I can, Hugh says that he thinks that reducing the number of parking spaces for the Triangle site while simultaneously increasing capacity to the area is ill-conceived, and that the foreshore traders cannot support this development as it currently stands. He notes that 37% strongly supported a live music performance venue in the survey. However, this statistic is comprised of 54% of people who work in the music industry. And he says, in contrast, 33% strongly oppose a live music venue. This was comprised of St Kilda residents with 42% of votes and local businesses with 43% of votes, contributing a total of 85% coming directly from the St Kilda community. The comments go on. He says, it is necessary, in Hugh's view, for Council to listen to the voices of their local communities. And we wish to support the live music development, but we require that local and state governments continue to support this too. So it is alarming, he says, to see that the next step pathway for the Triangle development aims to deliberately bypass Council's own site-specific quotas and recommendations. Outlined in the approved development 2008, it requires 0.2 car spaces per person capacity. For the current live music development with 5,000 patrons, the site would require 1,000 car parks to meet the Council's own guidelines for this area. This figure does not...
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
I just want to reiterate that we do have a precedent of allowing speakers to read statements on behalf of someone else in cases of extraordinary circumstances, and where we have received confirmation that the words have been approved by the attributed to the person this is the case in this instance, and that's why, as a chair, I allowed it. Okay. I call upon Nathan Klassen, speaking to item 10.2, St Kilda Triangle. Is Nathan here? Oh, online. Yeah, sorry, I'm not reading my own notes here. Nathan, you're online. Can you hear us? You may have to push the unmute me option on your screen.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Name, suburb, and you have 2 minutes.
No worries. Nathan Klassen, CEO of Luna Park Melbourne, St Kilda. Dear Mayor and Councillors, I wish to seek some clarity on the assessments made thus far with respect to the St Kilda Triangle live music venue. Since the announcement of the St Kilda Triangle live music venue update on the 23rd of August, there has been a maintained drive that option 2, 5,000 standing venue with 240 car spaces, is the preferred option based on a proof of concept. Now, the 5,000 standing venue figure is supported by a market sounding report, yet there is no sound data or insights to the calculation of the 240 car spaces other than what appears and sounds to be a cost implication and a survey completed around a visitor opinion of the car park in its current state. I'd like to know, would it be reasonable for councillors this evening to consider other impact assessments that should be undertaken before anything else proceeds? For example, accessibility and traffic impacts on the area when you add a 5,000 standing venue into the area's already compounded leisure and trade offerings, whilst the council is considering significantly proposed reduction in car parking, which is an essential public amenity. Why is it that this type of assessment has not been completed when the council is in a position this evening to consider escalating the project to a state government investment of a business case of up to $600,000, when the project itself could be a disaster for the area if not equipped to support the demand? Thank you.
Thank you. And back into the room, I call upon Brian Mears, speaking to item 10.3. This is Queens Lane Traffic and Parking Review. Hi, Brian.
Hi. Brian Mears. I'm chairman of the Queens Lane Resident Action Group, and I live in Queens Road, and the suburb is Melbourne. And thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. A short while ago, I was able to get a copy of the report that was produced in respect of the issues facing Queens Lane residents around traffic. And unfortunately, I haven't had enough time to absorb it, except to say what I have seen is a little bit disappointing, perhaps really disappointing. I'd go to a couple of points, given the limited time. The first point is at 6.2, the report notes that Queens Lane is a local road and the council is responsible for the safety of road users. So with that point, in the initiatives, the third initiative under 7.1 is to install curb outstands at Leopold Street and Arthur Street. And there's a budget. The timeline is 24-25. It's 6 years since anything's been done in Queens Lane, and we're looking at another couple of years at least before anything happens. I want to point out to everyone that the area that we're talking about is quite high risk and unsafe for pedestrians, particularly trying to cross Queens Lane close to the Arthur Street intersection. It is high risk. There are many elderly people that live in Queens Lane. The traffic that does frequent Queens Lane is travelling well in excess of 40 kilometres an hour. One of the initiatives I spoke to the council officer about at the time of meeting with him on site was that there would be 40-kilometre traffic signs put on Queens Lane. There aren't any there at the moment. And that it notes outstands for Arthur Street. Because of the configuration of parking in Arthur Street, which is angled parking, it's impossible for people to see where the cars are coming. Someone is going to get hit at that intersection.
Brian, I'm sorry to have to stop you there, but we have a question from Councillor Sirkoff.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just wondering, you're not happy with because it's taken such a long time for anything to be delivered, or is it because you're not happy with the outcomes of the design proposed?
Both.
Thank you. All right.
Okay.
I now call upon Michael Barrett speaking to item 13.5, the Council Plan and Budget 24 to 25. Hello, Michael.
Good evening, Mayor, and congratulations on your second term.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mayor, I've got
I'll have to stop you.
Michael Barrett from Port Melbourne. Thank you very much. I have two questions this evening. I'm hopeful I can get through both in the 3 minutes that's available to me.
It is 2 minutes. Good luck. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. Well, we're off and running. All right. Mayor, I'm going to direct both questions to you, but ultimately the first question, I believe, is for the COO of the City of Port Phillip.
Actually, sorry, real quick. We are going to do the questions later. So I have you down to speak to 13.5, which is the Council Plan and Budget. So do you have that one that you can do 2 minutes now, and then I'll call you back for the other question?
That's fine.
Fair?
Okay. Yep. Okay, Mayor. In the CEO report, quarter 1, 22-23, page 30 of the report details a reduction in the forecast for a cumulative cash surplus from 0.870 million to 0.070 million. This is partly explained in the document by the reintroduction of a budget for the maintenance of parking ticket machines and the return of federal government funding for aged care services. My question is in relationship to the cost overruns, in relationship to the new contract waste disposal contract that came in on the 1st of July. If I could ask how much of that remaining balance is due to cost overruns in that particular area?
Oh, sorry, who am I referring to? Lachlan Johnson.
Through you, Mayor, I can confirm that none of the reduction in the net financial position is attributable to costs arising from the transition to citywide.
Thank you very much for that answer. If I could just follow up with a quick supplementary question. Does your accounting for the figures that you've just presented there include money that has been spent, for instance, by ratepayers on councillors' salaries and council staff who've had to be diverted from other duties onto issues associated with the waste disposal contract?
Lachlan Johnson.
Through you, Mayor, no, those costs have not affected a change in council's material financial position. They're not accounted for there.
Thank you very much for that response.
All right, thank you. So I note that you didn't speak to the 13.5 council plan as much, but you've done all your questions with, are you need to come back up for the second question? That was done with the waste one?
No, I have got a second question, but I'm not sure where it's...
Okay, I think we got out of process there. That's all right. I'll call you back up in a bit.
Okay.
So I remind people that when you're speaking to items, we're not actually going to refer questions. So it would be that we should take it. So my apologies on that one. All right, I call upon Adrian King, speaking to item 14.1, the notice of motion from Councillor Nyaguy about Parklets review. Hello, Adrian.
Good evening. Adrian King, resident of Middle Park. I have 3 points. One is an observation, the second is a request, the third is a question. The first one is observation. I'm going to read out from page 19 of the Parklet guidelines. It states, in addition, requests for over 4 parking spaces, regardless of whether this fits with the maximum amount of bays allocated, may be asked to demonstrate patron demand to justify a larger area. And should this demand not be forthcoming, be asked to reduce their parklet accordingly. This will only occur in instances where an application for a parklet is made by another business and additional parking bays are required to facilitate within this precinct. I believe that the paragraph that I've just read out cuts across and conflicts with many of the overarching objectives and outcomes as shown on page 5 of the Parklet guidelines. As such, I believe that the motion put forward this evening by Councillor Nyaguy requires a repeal of March's alternative motion in advance, because otherwise any review that's proposed might actually be a waste of time and money. I move on to a request. Last Wednesday at VCAT, the lawyers for the council advised VCAT tribunal members that the Middle Park Hotel did not possess a permit for pavement outdoor dining. On Thursday evening, I approached the Middle Park manager for a copy of the permit. I was presented with a table plan dated 2019 that was passed off as a council operating permit.
Thank you. That was 2 minutes. So you can email the question if you need to.
Sure.
All right, thank you. I call upon Rebecca Temper, speaking item 14.1, the notice of motion by Councillor Nyaguy. Is Rebecca here? Oh, sorry. Takes a while to get up. Sorry about that.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Tepper. I'm a Middle Park resident and a member of Preserving Middle Park Village. 2 things I'll speak about: violation of permit conditions pertaining to a parklet and lack of enforcement by council. In the last 5 days, I've witnessed 2 breaches. The crowding of patrons outside the Middle Park Hotel along Armstrong Street was so dense that access for pedestrians was impossible. This is a major arterial thoroughfare from the tram stop to residential areas. It was forcing pedestrians to cross Armstrong Street twice, or for those not so compliant, they were walking along the road behind reversing parked cars to skirt the crowd and the parklet. Nowhere was there any staff monitoring or moving on the crowd. The second breach occurred whilst I was sat inside. Patrons were passing alcohol in glasses through an open window facing Armstrong Street and delivering to the parklet. Again, at no point did staff police this. Will this colonisation of the street become a regular occurrence once it becomes a queuing area for the rooftop bar? It also begs the question, what will be smuggled in once the Dan Murphy's selling cheap alcohol opens across the road? We know from St Kilda residents that Middle Park Hotel's parent company, AVC, that also owns the SB, has no regard for residents and to police antisocial behaviour resulting from the parklets. The SB parklet has forced patrons to queue for taxis and Ubers in front of residential apartments instead of the hotel. I'll read excerpts from an email from a St Kilda resident. Urinating in front of my apartment. A group of girls stopped in the front pathway flower bed, in full view of the sidewalk and also my apartment. 3 proceeded to hitch up their dresses and pee. On warmer nights, the entrance to our building can stink. The amount of urine on pavers behind the wall has become so extreme that it was overflowing out through the garden beds onto the main footpath. Many people are using our property as a public toilet. If access to my apartment building would be of any use to you in gathering evidence, I would be happy to help. We as a committee will work in solidarity with St Kilda residents to address a common issue, namely the introduction of large-scale parklets at the direct expense of locals. To this end, we have agreed that expert undercover surveillance will be engaged to gather independent evidence of issues related to the SB.
Thank you, Rebecca. So we can't get Rowan? Did I just say it? Okay. If you're hearing us online, Rowan Yates, we're not able to get in touch with you. But if you can try to log on, is that what we need to do, governance? Okay. All right, so Michael Barrett, we're going to have you back up, please. So now we're on to questions. So Michael Barrett, you're submitting a question to council, name, suburb, and you'll have another 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Michael Barrett from Port Melbourne. My question, once again, I'll direct to you, to the Mayor, but ultimately I believe the question's for the CEO of the City of Port Phillip. At the council meeting of the 18th of October 2023, the CEO of the City of Port Phillip affirmed that he believed that the tender issued by the City of Port Phillip for contracted waste disposal services commencing on the 1st of July 2023 complied with the Victorian State Government principles of competitive neutrality. It is my understanding that the new waste disposal contractor for the City of Port Phillip, Citywide Service Solutions Proprietary Limited, a wholly owned subsidiary of the City of Melbourne, due to its corporate structure, is not required to pay the following charges or costs: land tax, payroll tax, stamp duty, WorkSafe premiums, local rates and charges, and a required rate of return on funds estimated to be lower than comparable non-government enterprises and corporate overheads apportioned across the entire City of Melbourne. Could the CEO reconfirm in the affirmative that he believes that the principles of competitive neutrality have been successfully applied in this instance?
I might add something first. Just so people are aware, we do have an independent external review underway to review the circumstances surrounding the curbside waste collection issues that occurred following the commencement of Council's new curbside waste services by Citywide. That started in July, as you referred to. So that is underway. We look to bring that to the community when it's ready in the new year. Over to the CEO.
Through you, Mayor. Thank you, Michael, for the question. I do believe that City of Port Phillip has complied with its requirements around competitive neutrality. I note that we are not undertaking the business. We have contracted out the business. The question that you have is probably more for City of Melbourne and Citywide in terms of how competitive neutrality applies.
Thank you very much for that response, and that question will be getting put to the CEO of the Citywide Solutions.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I actually am going to go back to some submissions to Council tonight on agenda items. So in the room, I have Peter Holland speaking to item 10.2, the St Kilda Triangle. So these are, again, submissions on the agenda items we're discussing tonight.
Peter Holland, St Kilda. I've sent a detailed submission to Council on this, and I'd just like to acknowledge and thank Michelle, who gave a detailed response. I just want to cite two proverbs. The first is, don't put the cart before the horse. This is the second time that the Council's had a pretty grandiose scheme without any idea of how it would be actually funded. Who's going to pay the $140 million? The state government certainly won't, in my opinion. Secondly, he who pays the piper calls the tune. I suggest that what the Council should be doing is find an entity that wants to fund an entertainment and cultural precinct at the Triangle with significant public open space, which is what we were promised in the design framework, and then help that entity work out the development. So I support a modified option 1. I think that it's appropriate for Council to spend the $400,000 on working with the state government, but not just to see whether the rock venue is viable, which I suspect it's not, to also explore other developments. And I've put up a proposal today to councillors for a World Music and Culture Centre, partly funded by private sources and partly funded by international entities. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I call upon Victoria Gray speaking to item 10.1, the Gasworks Art Precinct. Hello, Victoria. Name, suburb, and you have 2 minutes. Is the red light on?
Yep, Victoria Gray, Albert Park. I'm attending to ask Council to defer its decision on the wall in the Gasworks Arts Park. I feel that the broader community, especially park users, are completely unaware of your intentions for this wall. And as such, they are at a distinct disadvantage to the school community, which has been aware from the get-go of what the school planned for this site. You are our elected representatives, and I think it's your duty to keep us informed, the general public informed. Otherwise, you're negligent in your duty. I remind you that as residents, if we want to do any work on our homes, we have to apply for permits, we have to advertise our intentions, we have to make plans available. I think council should be subject to the same rules as you make for residents if you are going to play around with our beloved community assets. And I don't think you've got anything to fear, because if such a process reveals that the majority of people want the wall to come down, then we'd abide by that, but we just want to be informed. So in closing, I'm asking you to defer your decision to the new year, undertake to advertise your intentions or the school's intentions for the wall at entry points to the park, possibly even with concept drawings, so that park users understand what's going on. And then I would also like an undertaking that when construction goes ahead, it goes ahead behind an intact wall in order to minimise disruption to park users. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now I believe we're moving on to purely questions from here on out. Is there anybody else in the room that submitted a blue form or registered that was speaking to an item tonight that I've missed? If not, all right, there's still many to go. So I have next on my list Paul Pellegrino. Pellegrino, sorry. I have hard to pronounce last names, but yours is better than mine. Submitting a question to council. Name, suburb, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you, councillors, specifically the councillors for the ward area. My 2 questions are very quick and brief, only 2 of them. It pertains to the parking issues in my street, Nelson Road, between the Coventry Street roundabout and City Road intersection. My first question, what are the necessary steps for council to change the 11 half-hour bays on Nelson Road between Coventry Street and City Road to permit only?
Thank you. I'm referring that one to Fiona. Fiona Hoven? Actually, if you have a second question, can you?
I do, yes.
And then we'll come back to it.
Yep, absolutely. Second question, what are the necessary steps needed in order for council to amend the Area 26 permit holders, Nelson Road only specifically, to be able to park for an unlimited amount of time on the Sol Green Reserve side of the park without incurring infringement notices?
Thank you. Fiona?
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah, that's on.
I think so.
Yeah. Through you, Mayor, I can confirm or advise that information on the process of requesting a change to parking restrictions is included on Council's webpage. In brief, community support is required to be demonstrated before a review of parking restrictions can occur. Officers are happy to make direct contact with Mr Pellegrino and talk him through that process.
I've got that letter. I've got it right here.
Great. Thank you.
That's it.
Thanks for coming down. I call upon Rhonda Small submitting a question to council. I think I did miss his name. Okay, sorry. Hi, Rhonda.
Hi, Rhonda Small, St Kilda. Everybody knows there's a rental crisis going on across Victoria, and nowhere more so than in the city of Port Phillip. 44% of Port Phillip's residents are tenants in the private rental market. Now, councils acknowledge the cost of living pressures for ratepayers this year in deciding not to go to the rate cap for 23-24. But what has council done for renters? So I have 2 questions. Given the recognised extent of the current rental crisis, soaring rents and general cost of living pressures, what is council currently doing by way of information provision, emergency support or commitment of resources for renters or funding to local organisations to support the 44% of Port Phillip residents who are renting in the private market? And second, could more be done to help those really struggling today to meet their rental commitments so they can live comfortably in our city?
Leo, I'm going to refer to Leo Kelly. Is Leo online? Yes.
Question through the Mayor.
Hi, Leo.
Hi. Council's Housing and Homelessness Service currently provides housing information and referral to anyone who inquires. They also provide direct support, outreach and casework for older people, 50 plus, experiencing homelessness or risk of homelessness. We continue to work with agencies around housing solutions to people who are in housing need in partnership with services like Launch Housing. In the current budget, there's support for legal service advice through Southport Legal Services, and they provide legal advice to people who are experiencing housing stress or insecure housing, and that access is available to them through the partnership we have with Southport. Council provide information and referral support in partnership again with other services, for example, Port Phillip Community Group. That includes that extended support around food relief and partnerships around information. Our councils in our backyard, strategy facilitates brokerage and partnerships around affordable housing outcomes, not necessarily extending though to people in immediate rental crisis. And programs like the Community Grants Scheme currently supports a tenancy brokerage assistance program for people living in Port Phillip, and that includes assistance around maintaining tenancies. Thanks.
Thank you. I call upon Ali
There was a second question. Could more be done?
I apologise. Yes, I have that second question, and of course, that's probably something that officers need to take on notice and further consider, along with some of the other proposals that have been brought to us from the public forum.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Call upon Ali Keshtakar, speaking to, or asking a question to council. Is that, you're fine? You don't need to do it? Okay. All right, then Les Rosenblatt, speaking to, or asking a question to council.
Leslie Rosenblatt, St Kilda resident. Thank you. A public meeting to address the current rental housing crisis in the City of Port Phillip was held at the St Kilda Betty Day Centre on November 21st and attended by 41 persons, including 3 councillors and 2 officers of the council. The meeting passed a resolution seeking council's engagement by way of useful actions to assist renters in the private rental market here in the City of Port Phillip. The details of the resolution were emailed to the Mayor and councillors on Monday, but I don't have time to read it out in full tonight. My question, though, is whether this council will take that resolution as a notice of a motion to be tabled as an agenda item for its next meeting. Procedurally, my understanding is that a councillor might need to move it in order to obtain a seconder for discussion or debate to proceed, or perhaps one of the council's officers could simply put it up. But I would like to hear some procedural clarification now, because although I received a phone call earlier today from one of council's governance officers, I remain a bit confused as to how to get that resolution before you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll refer to the Head of Governance, Xavier Smurden, please.
Through you, Mayor, and thank you, Les, for the question. Council is required to conduct meetings in accordance with our governance rules and the associated meeting procedures. Les, you're correct that councillors may ensure that an issue is listed on the meeting agenda by lodging a notice of motion in line with Rule 22 of the governance rules. Whether or not councillors choose to use this provision is a decision for them. Regarding officers preparing a council meeting report and recommendation that addresses the issues that you've raised, I believe the General Manager of Community Wellbeing and Inclusion is happy to have a conversation with yourself and other members of the public to discuss how this could be done collaboratively. The other option is to lodge a petition with the CEO at least 7 days before the council meeting at which it is to be considered, again in line with our governance rules. I'm also happy to send through further information to assist yourself in understanding the requirements of our governance rules. Thank you. Petition or joint letter?
Will that advice be minuted?
Yes.
Yes, it will be.
Yes, it will.
Thank you.
Thank you. I call upon John Appleton, submit a question to council. Hello, John.
Good evening. For the last 25 years, I've been renting.
Sorry to interrupt. Can you do name and suburb? And your name and suburb for the record, and then start 2 minutes.
Appleton, St Kilda.
Thank you.
For the last 25 years, I've been renting around St Kilda at a variety of places. Currently, I've been at the same location in Eildon Road for over 10 years. 2 months ago, I was given notice to quit, and the place is going to be sold and refurbished. I'd heard about the rental crisis but hadn't given it much attention. So I went to real estate agents and started looking up on Google for places in St Kilda, Elwood and East St Kilda. I booked in for several inspections. On the first inspection, there was at least, in West St Kilda, there was at least 25 people. The inspection lasted 15 minutes and it was a 1-bedroom Art Deco flat, and the 25 people, including myself, were inside the place, a one-bedroom flat for less than 10 minutes. We were then expected to put in applications. In the last couple of months, I've been to at least 40 inspections, Beaconsfield Parade, East St Kilda, Marine Parade, and a whole lot of other places. I went to one recently.
John, sorry to interrupt. Can you, do you have a question that you're...
Yes, I'm getting to the
okay,
question.
Thank you. Keep going.
In Mitford Street, 2 Saturdays ago, there were 60 people let in 20 at a time. I hadn't realised how severe the crisis is for people who've got money, looking for a place and trying to find a place, not only in St Kilda but elsewhere. Now, I believe there are places, there used to be the St Kilda Legal Service that was helping people, and I believe it's changed its name to Southside Justice. Does the council support Southside Justice in helping tenants, or is it, what is the situation? I believe it used to.
Okay, who am I referring to in that one? Leo Kelly? Yeah, I'll refer to Alison or Leo.
Sorry, through you, Mayor. Sorry, we might have to take this question on notice. I'm very happy to come back to you with a bit more detail. I need to follow that up. Apologies.
Thank you. All right, I call upon Alex Darton speaking to, or submitting a question to Council. Hello, Alex.
G'day, Mayor, Councillors, Alex Darton and Elwood.
Thank you.
I am speaking about renting tonight, but I want to also throw my hat in the ring for the Gasworks Youth Arts Precinct. I'm an alumni of the VCA, and I don't know about this wall, but we were on a mixed campus with university students, and there was no walls. We all learnt to live in society with each other, and it was really, really good. So I don't know if that makes any difference.
Thank you.
Now, as Les mentioned, we had a public forum meeting about the renting in Port Phillip, and I'm here as a delegate of RAHU, the Renters and Housing Union. We've opened up a South Branch recently, and I just want to put our support behind the idea of all of it, but particularly that if there is, and I hope there is, a chance to engage with officers that have any control over this field, renting, that RAHU get a chance to have regular meetings with them. Weirdly enough, it's my first union I've ever been in, but we shouldn't be in a situation where we need a renting and housing union, but we do because there's no support, there's no anybody representing it or helping. So, yeah, I just want to give our support fully for it, and we hope you take up all those options. Thank you.
What's your question?
Whether you will be having an ongoing meeting with any kind of representatives of the renters in the city of Port Phillip, and therefore could RAHU be part of it?
Thank you. Alison Kenwood?
Through you, Mayor. Yes, we will, and we'd be very happy to talk to you and again work with Les and the group that's been formed.
Beautiful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. It is hard to know how long 2 minutes is sometimes when you're in the chair. So I'm going to give a 30-second warning. I think that's probably so you can get to the question. I'll just say 30 seconds, okay? Is that fair for everybody? All right. I call upon, I think we're here next, Scott Roberts, submitting a question to Council. Hi, Scott.
Hi, how are you?
You could name, suburb, and you have 2 minutes.
My name's Scott Roberts, 375 Inkerman Street in Balmaclava, and I'm the business owner of the Inkerman Hotel. And there's no doubt I'm a major stakeholder on the outcome of the limited choices given to myself and others choosing option A or option B for the online voting of the Inkerman Safety Improvement Project. With that being said, why didn't Council give myself or any of the other 50 businesses along Inkerman Street the courtesy to discuss to possibly have an option C or an option D before forcing us to vote on the poorly thought out and ridiculous two options? The two options that are currently provided. I mean,
thanks.
Thank you.
Yep, Scott, I'll refer to David McNish. I appreciate in the gallery you have a lot of support. If we can keep that, down a bit so we can keep getting through the meeting so we can all address why you're here, please. David McNish? Not really. Is the light on? Yep, you look good. Okay, yep, go ahead.
Sorry. Through you, Mayor, businesses are a major stakeholder of the project, and we really welcome the opportunity to understand how the proposals will impact businesses. 4 options to address safety along the corridor were prepared by a specialist consultant and were presented to the Council on the 18th of October. This included a do minimum option. We're really keen to understand how changes to either of the options being presented could support businesses in the area, including your own. Feedback on the impact of businesses will be considered by Council, as well as any changes that may be provided or suggested. Obviously, yourself and other business owners will have the opportunity to consider any change and provide feedback directly to councillors at a future council meeting before the decision has been made.
Great, thank you. I call upon Catherine Aistrop, submitting a question to Council. Hi, Catherine.
Hi there.
Name, suburb, you have 2 minutes.
Catherine Aistrop, Balaclava resident. My question also relates to the proposed changes to Inkerman Street and in particular the amenity impacts of those changes. How will residents and businesses on the north side, and for that matter the south side of Inkerman Street, receive large deliveries, enable tradespeople appropriate access for equipment and move house even under proposed option A, which you may all be aware removes 116 car spaces and all car spaces along the north side of Inkerman Street from Hotham Street through to the highway, as well as putting in place physical barricades that will block the access between the actual remaining car parks and the footpath. So, for example, Australia Post vans, courier vans, online shopping services, those vans, businesses that need to receive goods delivered to them. How is that actually going to physically happen?
Sure, let me get you an answer. David McNish?
Through you, Mayor. At the Council meeting on the 18th of October, councillors requested that officers investigate parking or how parking could be reconfigured or changed to any restrictions to offset any parking loss. We'll investigate concerns on impacts on deliveries and people moving house. If impacts are identified, they'll be incorporated into the future council report for consideration. Obviously, we would look to get feedback from the community once the report's been made public.
Okay, thank you. I'll call upon James Johnson, submitting a question to Council. Hi, James. Name, suburb, 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. James Johnson from Balaclava. The report to Council in relation to the Inkerman Street Safety Improvement Project, tabled on 18 October 2023, does not include a waste management plan. In relation to option 1, or option A as it went out to residents, it states, Council's waste contractor has advised that they undertake waste collections in similar arrangements as option 1 and option 2 over protected bike lanes in the City of Melbourne. Should the project proceed to detailed design, Council officers will seek further input from waste operators, inclusive of assessing the best time to collect waste. As the report does not articulate how the collection will occur, how can Council be confident that there will be an appropriate waste management plan which does not impact the amenity for residents and traders and which is safe and practicable? Further, what consideration has been given to how businesses who have skip bins serviced by private contractors will be able to have their rubbish collected?
Thanks, James. David?
Through you, Mayor. I'd like to thank you for the question. Any impacts on waste, including skip bins, is being considered by Council. Council has met with the waste teams and are confident the options presented will not impede waste management. This will be further addressed and brought back to Council for consideration at a future Council meeting. This will include a review and impact on any businesses that may have skip bins. Should Council proceed with the project, particularly option A. A specific waste management plan will be developed on the selected design.
Thank you. I call upon Jazz Bradley. Submit a question to Council. Hello, Jazz.
Hi.
Name, suburb, and...
Jazz Bradley, Balaclava. I'll go really quick because I've only got 2 minutes. Need my glasses, sorry. I'd like to ask 2 questions tonight about the Inkerman Street Improvement Project. Firstly, Council's Move, Connect, Live Integrated Transport Strategy 2018 to 28 reads, our current supply of on-street car parking spaces is barely enough to meet current demand. And if current car ownership trends continue, over the next decade, there will be a 24% increase in the number of cars owned in the city of Port Phillip. I note with interest Council's parking management policy was omitted from the document library on its Have Your Say page in the survey that's just been released. One of the 2 overarching objectives of this policy is to provide fairer and more reliable access to parking in all locations and at all times. Can Council explain how removing more than 50% of the parking on the stretch of Inkerman Street in focus meets this overarching policy objective, and how would removing this parking accommodate Council's predicted 24% increase in the number of vehicles to 2028? The second question tonight is, you might have seen an article written by Wendy Toohey titled The Exact Day the Music Died on St Kilda's Ackland Street, published in The Age on 9 September. Our Mayor was quoted as saying, there is strong sentiment in the area that the day the tram stop came, it killed the street. In 33 years, not one single client has ever attended my business in anything but a car, van or truck. That's 0%. It's not 0.01% or 0.1%. And that's because it's not possible to load a PA system into anything but a car, van or truck. A recent troll in this campaign, I'll call it a campaign, wrote, parked cars do not generate business despite what they believe. Well, clearly that troll has never visited Coles, Bunnings or Costco. Our clients being able to park near our business is what brings their business to us. If you take that, you take our livelihood. Does Council believe that reducing or revoking convenient vehicular access to the small traders on Inkerman could have any harmful effects whatsoever?
Thank you. David, did you hear the questions and have a response?
I think so.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, I'll try and be relatively quick. Council's Move, Connect, Live strategy is a long-term strategy to deliver a variety of transport options for our community. The strategy identifies that population growth will place significant pressure on our local streets. By providing a number of different variety of travel options for our community, that'll help reduce potential increases on those impacts. To enable that mode shift, we need to adjust how some roads are used. That's to provide key connections that enable these travel options. With regards to the second portion of the questions, Council understands that some businesses, such as Jazz's business, are reliant on parking. The parking investigations sought by councillors will seek to provide guidance on how parking restrictions, such as time-limited parking bays during trading hours, may be adjusted to support these businesses. Obviously, businesses are major stakeholders and we're really keen to hear their feedback.
Thank you. All right, I now call upon John Kaufman, submitting a question to Council. John, online, sorry. John, can you hear us online? You may have to push the unmute button. John, can you hear us? Yep.
Thanks for that.
Yes.
I'm usually pretty good.
Sorry, real quick. John, good name, suburb, and then you'll have your 2 minutes.
Yeah. My name is John Kaufman. I live in St Kilda East. I'm a bike rider, resident, owner, trader in this small stretch that the council wish to change with their improvement to Inkerman Street. I have asked for the data showing the traffic impact studies in the dead-end streets and the other streets coming off Inkerman Street that will be affected by the removing of the car parking. At the moment, there is limited parking and there is a danger of increased traffic to the residents and our children in these streets who plan these streets from trialling drivers searching for non-existent car parks. Currently, there are no car parks available. From my observations, there are 700 extra cars who will have to find car parking spots, and that won't be possible. I understand that Melbourne wishes to have more bike riders, but unfortunately the weather and our distances don't permit that. People need cars and will always need cars, and to remove cars off Inkerman Street will make it impossible. The downside for riders, so I ask, is that we have a study done before any decisions made on the impact of the extra cars being parked and the danger to all our children and people living in those side streets. Because the same issues that you're complaining about in Inkerman Street exist in all the side streets if you move the cars there. So, my other question is, will the views of local residents and owners and local traders have a greater weight than those of your casual bike rider or driver who spends approximately 2 minutes driving that small section of 1.2 kilometres? I hope that the impact on the people that live here and use these are taken into more account than those people that live outside the area and only casual visitors, possibly once a year or twice a year. That's my question.
Thank you, John. David McNish, do you have a response?
Through you, Mayor. We're working closely with the engagement consultants who will be preparing the report to provide as much comprehensive information for councillors' consideration.
Please, gallery, please be respectful and quiet. We have an answer to the question. Whether you like it or not, this is the response. Please be quiet.
So that council can look at all the comprehensive information and determine how best to proceed on the project.
Okay. All right. I call upon Natasha Middleton submitting a question to council. Hi, Natasha.
Hi.
Name, suburb, 2 minutes.
No, yeah, mine's very quick. Natasha Middleton, St Kilda East, Inkerman Street. What modelling has been done on the impact of the loss of on-street parking under the proposed changes on businesses on Inkerman Street and the surrounding area? What businesses were consulted about this?
Thank you. Appreciate the quick question. David McNish.
Through you, Mayor. Modelling was undertaken based on occupation counts at a variety of times throughout the week to better understand how parking is currently used within the area. As of now, we haven't had specific one-on-one engagement with businesses in relation to parking.
All right, thank you. Hey, I don't want to have to tell anybody off. That's not enjoyable, but I do want to remind everybody that there is a requirement to adhere to Council's meeting procedures, and I ask you to be very mindful of the behaviour expected of all meeting participants, that we can have people feel unafraid to answer the questions you've come here to answer without fear of judgment. So please be respectful. I now call upon Warren Middleton submitting a question to Council. Hi, Warren.
Evening, Mayor, evening councillors. Warren Middleton, St Kilda East. So my question is about the survey. It's got 2 parts to it. Firstly, how can the council be confident it is receiving accurate feedback from the community about the proposed changes to the Inkerman Street when the survey being conducted did not enable survey participants to select neither options? Even after the council changed the survey to allow people to skip the option A or B question, it made no mention of this on the question page, therefore failing to inform people that neither option was technically then an option. So how will council ensure that all feedback is weighed equally and the results of an online survey which initially asked respondents to choose between 2 options is not given precedence?
David.
Through you, Mayor. Council officers were requested to go out to the community on 2 options. At the time, there was no determination that a 3rd option would be included in the engagement process. With regards to the do nothing option, whilst it does mean disruption to the community, to maintain the integrity of the road surface on Inkerman Street, there's a requirement for the road to be resurfaced. These works have been coupled with Council's responsibility to address safety on council-managed roads. Combining these works helps to reduce the impacts on the community. The engagement report will clearly show the numbers of participants that want no change, and we'll work closely with the engagement consultants to ensure that all data received is presented in a transparent and informative way, where anyone reading the report can easily understand the level of support for option A, B, or whether they have indicated they do not support either option.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have young Miss Middleton on the list. Would you like to address us? Thank you. Come up. Can you say your name and your suburb you live in, and then we'll have 2 minutes to ask a question.
I'm Rose Middleton. I'm from St Kilda East and I'm 9 years old. I wonder why I'm expected to now cross over a bike lane and 2 sets of traffic. It's not safe for me and my sister, and what are you going to do about my safety?
Thank you. David?
Through you, man. Thank you, Rose, for the question, and you spoke very well. We take your safety and vulnerable members of our community's safety very seriously. We want to make the roads safer by slowing speeds with safe crossing locations, so there isn't a need to find gaps in traffic in order to safely cross the road.
Thank you. I'll call upon Paul Haskin to submit a question to Council.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Paul Haskin. I'm a City of Port Phillip ratepayer in Inkerman Street, St Kilda East.
Thank you.
I own and run the Melbourne Hydrotherapy Centre, an aquatic physiotherapy practice serving our community for the past 34 years, since 1989. A significant number of our patients attend for treatment of neurological issues, including multiple sclerosis, muscular dystrophy, or following a stroke. Hence, a significant number of our patients have restrictive mobility issues and commonly rely upon walking aids or wheelchairs to access our facility. Removal of 116 parking bays from the north side of Inkerman Street, Council's option A, will severely impact my patient's ability to access my facility for treatment. The Disability Discrimination Act 1992, DDA, makes it unlawful to discriminate against a person or persons for accessing and using services because of their disability. The DDA states that places used by the public must be accessible to people with a disability. In the introductory section of Council's own Accessibility Action Plan 2023 to 2025, Council commits to, quote, reduce barriers to people with disability accessing goods, services and facilities, unquote. And later at point 2.4 on page 17, the plan reads, quote, ensure Council's parking management approach enhances accessibility, unquote. I therefore have 2 questions. Firstly, with the Disability Discrimination Act 1992 in mind, can Council please explain how removing 100% of the parking from the north side of Inkerman Street will not discriminate against my patients with disabilities? And secondly, how does Council's option A meet the commitments of its own accessibility action plan?
Thank you. David, are you good on that one?
Through you, Mayor. Council seeks to provide safe and accessible environments for all members of the community. The parking...
Okay, we'll turn the volume up. Thank you. Please be respectful. Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me better now?
Is that better? Is it a little bit louder? Try it. Go ahead, David.
Now?
Go for it. Say a few more sentences.
Through you, Mayor.
That's better. Thank you.
Council seeks to provide safe and accessible environments for all members of our community. As part of the parking review that's being undertaken, we'll assess how many areas have off-street parking available, as well as the immediate area and what restrictions could be potentially changed to support other businesses. Each option also reduces speed and increases safety overall, and incorporates priority at-grade crossing points at mid-block locations, so less able-bodied members of our community don't need to go up to the closest set of lights to cross the road. This provides an additional access for them.
Thank you. Okay. All right. I'll call upon Stuart Galloway. Submit a question to Council. I have 12 more, so I know this is getting a little bit long, but there's 12 more to go.
Good evening, Stuart Galloway, St Kilda East. First question is, has Council consulted Australia Post regarding option A and the impact on large deliveries to the north side residents in particular?
Do you have a second question?
I do. Has Council completed a survey of bike users along Inkerman Street, including projections for future bicycle traffic, and how do we get hold of those results?
Great, thank you. David?
Through you, Mayor. Australia Post deliver to a range of areas through Greater Melbourne with a variety of levels of vehicle access and adjust their service based on changes that may occur. Council is not, as such, councillors are not directly consulted with Australia Post in relation to option A. The current cyclist volume on Inkerman are approximately 300 cyclists per day. That was based on a survey undertaken. With regard to future projection, an early forecast was undertaken. It identified that if other network connections were delivered, there'd be a likely increase of riders between 500 and 900 cyclists per day, with the buffered treatment, which is option B, being the lower end of that range.
Thank you. I now call upon Cade Lingell. Submitting a question to Council. Hello, Cade.
Good evening. Cade Lingell, Inkerman Street, St Kilda. I was just wondering, have Council considered trialling a 40-hour kilometre zone to assess the impact prior to this, implementing these significant changes? I noticed that a 40 kilometre per hour zone has now been introduced on Hotham Street, right next to Inkerman Street recently.
Thank you. David?
Thank you for your question, Kate. Through you, Mayor. The reduction of speed is an important part of the proposal and an important part of making roads safer. At this stage, we haven't sought to undertake a speed change as a trial prior to the project being undertaken.
Thank you. Yes, if you've had your question, you're welcome to exit the gallery. I now call upon Paul Herman, submitting a question to Council. I'd like to express my gratitude for people being very respectful, and I appreciate David's really in the hot seat right here, and this is a hard job, so please keep it up. Oh, just to make sure everyone knows, this item is not on the agenda tonight, right? We're all clear on that? This is just questions. The item will be considered in next year. Okay? And for those online, that's important to clarify. Hello, Paul.
Good evening. My name's Paul Herman. I'm a resident of St Kilda.
Great.
Inkerman Street. As a resident of Inkerman Street, I have a disability, of which I have a disability parking permit. I require safe, convenient parking, which would no longer be available outside the front of my house on the north side of the street. This directly undermines the purpose of the permit and leaves me vulnerable and potentially isolated. What is your plan for someone like me with a disability?
Do you have other questions?
My two young daughters with babies and toddlers will be impeded from visiting, which puts strain on the maintaining of family connections. Additionally, older friends with mobility problems will find visiting too problematic, which will exacerbate isolation in my own home. How does this align with the much-stated imperative for people to remain living in their own homes into the old age?
Thank you. You're good? You're finished? I'll refer to David. Yep. David?
Through you, Mayor. Obviously, we're considering two separate options still. Council has not made a decision on which one to proceed with. Parking for members of the community that have limited alternatives for parking is important to ensure they remain connected to community and be part of our community going forward. As part of any proposal, we'll prioritise parking for those members of our community. This includes providing DDA basing as close a proximity as possible to residential addresses should parking be impacted.
Thank you. I call upon Claire Calcicil. Sorry, I try. You'll get the opportunity to tell us how to do it correctly with your name and suburb.
Good evening, Claire Calcicil.
Oh, very nice.
Inkerman Street, Balaclava, business owner who works from home and has a child with a disability. Option A of the proposals for safety improvements to Inkerman Street will result in the total removal of an on-street parking from one side of Inkerman Street and impede direct access to the footpath from the remaining parking on the south side. In those circumstances, how does option A meet the Council's positive obligation under the Equal Opportunities Act of 2010 to prevent discrimination in the provision of services on the basis of age or disability?
Thank you. David?
Through you, Mayor. It's quite similar to the previous one. Look, Council put a high priority on access for all community members. Incorporation of things such as separation in option A provides safe locations for less able-bodied members of the community to exit and unload vehicles, as well as ensuring safe sight lines for crossing things like the bike lane. Option B obviously maintains the existing scenario.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Who's speaking? Oh, David. Oh, sorry, Brian.
Sir, through you, Mayor. I just wanted to, I think, add the issue around the Equal Opportunity Act and the Disability Discrimination Act, which has now been raised by a couple of speakers, are issues that we will take seriously. We do take seriously. We will not breach that legislation. That feedback, as well as the other feedback, will be incorporated into our report. So the concerns will be incorporated, the feedback in terms of the responses from officers, any amelioration requirements will be incorporated. That will then be brought back to Council, and members of the community will be able to see that feedback and again present views at a meeting like this should they choose to do so.
Thank you. All right. I call upon Donnie Pelosi. Okay, I'm going to... Yes, come on down and tell us how to say it. Pelosi. Okay, you're going to do a better job. Hello, Donnie. Name, suburb...
Good evening. Donnie Pelshirtsy. I'm the gym manager at St Kilda PCYC. Hi, Mayor and councillors and everyone. So, here we go. All right, my comments in regards to the Inkerman Street Improvement Project. Parking at work is already difficult. It's a nightmare. If option A goes through and we lose 116 spots, that will really impact how we can service the community and the people and the businesses that operate from St Kilda PCYC.
Donnie, I just need to pause you real quick. Because it's about questions, I just want to make sure that you get to a question.
Oh, I'm a comment. I tick comment.
Oh, actually, we missed that on that. This is the only opportunity to ask questions because the item has not actually been voted on tonight. So our governance rules say if you're coming to speak to something that's not on the agenda, you have to ask a question.
Right. I had a comment, so does that mean I can't say anything?
Maybe you can ask a question?
I can ask a question. Okay. I'll put a question mark on the end. All right. So we okay, cool. I'm going to have to freestyle. So we look after a lot of at-risk, disengaged, marginalised people. A lot of people come from community service providers with their carers. They need to park. And there's a lot of people that come with their carers. Where are they going to park if there's no more spots?
I'd call that a question. Well done improvising. Thank you. David.
Through you, Mayor. Look, I'll refer back to the parking review that will be undertaken. We'll investigate those items.
Great. Thank you. All right. I call upon Helen Phillips submitting a question to Council. The microphone has a little bit of a cord. You can possibly pull it if you need us to help us now.
Good evening. My name's Helen Phillips. I live at 235 Inkerman Street, East St Kilda.
I have a daughter with a disability. I have lived in this area. In March, it'll be 50 years. In that 50 years, I have raised 6 children, 32 foster children, and 104 international students that I have nurtured, fed and loved. And they have all loved living in East St Kilda, which I do, and I love my community that live around me. We all look after each other. I could have sat home on my backside and said, don't worry about it, Helen, because my parking spot for my daughter is being retained. But I'm worried about my fellow residents, some of them who've had businesses in our street for over 30-something years and worked hard and probably never asked the government for 1 cent. There are also people providing, like that gentleman with the hydrotherapy, the Police Citizens Youth Club. We had to find out. I found out about this halfway down Chapel Street one day. We were never given the decency to be letterboxed and told what the proposals were going to be. My other question is, thank you very much for keeping my parking space for my daughter, but I just want to know, how am I going to stop granddaughters parking in the disabled parking bay using grandma's sticker and then running down because they've used that spot all day? And how is the bus going to get in with all those obstacles to pick my daughter up safely and drop her off? It's called safety for everybody in our area. Thank you, Helen.
All right, David, maybe about the bus pickup. Yep.
Through you, Mayor, I think we'll really appreciate the feedback and we'll take it on notice and consider it as part of the broader process that we're working through.
Thank you. That good? Yep. All right, thank you, Helen. I call upon Anne Boyd, submitting a question to Council. Hello, Anne. Yes, if you drag it back over, and is the red light on? Thank you, Vince. Very helpful. And the red light's on?
Yep.
Okay,
Can
great,
you hear me okay?
Yes, name, suburb, and 2 minutes.
Okay, Anne Boyd from East St Kilda, Inkerman Street. Okay, the Save Inkerman group are still coming across many residences that have not been notified by council and were unaware of the Inkerman project plan. These are in Inkerman and its side streets. There is now growing opposition to any loss of parking in Inkerman Street. At the last council meeting, when I questioned why there was not an option C for no loss of parking, I was told that the survey had been changed to include this objection. Now, however, on the option page, there is still only the A and B parking loss options. Most people would assume that they had no choice but to select one of them, as was the case in the first survey version. The next page asks why one of the A or B options was chosen. Buried in a list of reasons, example, more landscaping, is maintain current parking. This is not a reason why A or B was chosen. Maintain current parking should have been an option along with A or B. So option C as maintain current parking. My question is, why were the most adversely affected stakeholders not given the choice to formally object through an option C of maintain current parking?
Thank you, Anne. David?
Through you, Mayor, at the 18th of October council meeting, officers were charged to engage with the community on 2 options only.
Can you speak up a bit, please?
Thank you, David.
Through you, Mayor, at the 18th of October council meeting, officers were charged with engaging on the community on 2 options. We were not requested to look at a third option of no change. There is an open comment section within the survey itself, so those people that had strong thoughts could provide open written text. In those instances where people have identified that they were against the project or that they disagreed with it, those will be captured as part of the engagement and not included in either option A or B.
Thank you.
Not good enough.
All right. Thank you. Now I call upon Jacob Unvanger, submitting a question to Council. Hello. Hey, okay.
Jacob Unvanger, owner and manager of Melbourne Kosher Butchers in Inkerman Street. Our butcher covers a kosher supervision of the Adass Israel congregation. We have over 500 members, most of them are large families. These people have no choice to buy their meat in supermarkets because it does not exist in supermarkets due to our strict control of supervision. Those people come to the shop. At a quiet week, we will have over 600 people passing my door. There is no parking now to cover the current traffic coming through my shop. Most of my workers would park in a side street to avoid get booked. Myself, when I come 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the morning, there is no parking. I will park in what's called my driveway that we don't use for any car to come in and out, and regularly get a nice love ticket, which we pay most frequently. My question is, if this goes forward, where will these people be able to purchase their meat? And we're not talking about a small group of people. Other congregations on this side of Dandenong Road also come and purchase their meat from my shop. There's only one other shop, kosher, in Glenferrie Road, which is quite difficult to pass Dandenong Road for shopping. I would like to understand how we're going to get the people to be able to come in.
Thank you, Jacob. David.
Through you, Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to thank Jacob for providing feedback and so that the councillors could hear. Businesses obviously are a major stakeholder of the project. By reducing parking in the area, it may have impacts on businesses. Councillors will obviously take in, all these sort of this information into account when considering which options to proceed with. Again, we will look at the impacts on businesses through the parking survey.
Thank you.
I appreciate that answer. We've heard that quite a few times this evening, but every car park that you take away,
Jacob,
we are in problem.
Thank you. I'm not able to have a second. I call upon Lawrence Mahoney, submitting a question to Council.
I'm Lawrence Mahoney. I live in Glen Iris, but I'm an older brother of Margaret Mahoney, who lives in what has been the family home in Inkerman Street at 231, and the intention is for me to go and live there to share, and as older people, share a property so that it's better. My question is, the bicycle corridor for Inkerman Street is set quite firmly in a map provided by the council, and it also extends into Grey Street. What I would like to know is which bodies were consulted by council in reaching a decision to make Inkerman Street a bicycle corridor. And the other related question to this is, what criteria were used to make that decision?
Thank you. David?
Through you, Mayor. The integrated transport strategy went through a separate engagement process way back in 2017-2018, prior to Councillor's endorsement in 2018. Generally, the routes were prioritised in relation to safety and the crashes along those corridors, as well as how they connect to other networks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lawrence.
I have a second question.
You asked the
that be
second
later?
question. Was that about the criteria?
Yes.
Yeah? Yeah, go ahead.
No, sorry. Yes. What were the criteria used to make that decision to make Inkerman Street a bicycle corridor?
So through you, Mayor, this was undertaken back sort of 2017, 2018, unfortunately prior to my time. The overall networks were sort of reviewed, and there was sort of bike officers as well as integration with Department of Transport to determine which routes would provide best connections within the area. Generally, these were prioritised on what created the most direct east-west links as well as north-south links. Obviously, there's a lot of challenges in our community with a lot of sort of roads that aren't direct, so that's how these were selected.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've got a second question.
Lawrence, I'm sorry, that was the 2 minutes, but thank you very much. You are welcome to email us if you,
Yes.
Yep, you're welcome to do that, or through the engagement process as well.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I call upon Jeffrey Edwards to make a question to Council. Jeffrey, in person? Oh, there you are. Hello, Jeffrey. Name, suburb, 2 minutes.
Councillors, good evening. Jeffrey Edwards, St Kilda East. I'm referring, of course, to the infamous Inkerman Street corridor. Now, last year, Council's first public document, as far as I can determine it, on this matter, opens with the statement, COP faces significant parking and traffic congestion challenges. No argument there whatsoever. I do, however, have a serious argument with your road improvement options A and B, as they will, without question, further and dangerously exacerbate parking and congestion challenges in this thoroughfare. We all rely on street parking, immediate, close street parking for safe and sensible access to our homes and offices, for access by trades with trucks, scaffolding and building materials, for direct access by emergency services, for Pete's sake, direct access by hard rubbish collectors, access by weekly rubbish collection, the list goes on. Now, in your own council plan, Strategic Direction 2 refers to a livable Port Phillip. Worthy aspiration. If only your road improvement options A and B didn't irresponsibly and unnecessarily threaten the basic livability of residents in and around Inkerman Street. My question is this: since when and why has Council's first and foremost responsibility to its ratepayers and its residents and their clearly expressed concerns, as we're hearing tonight, been overshadowed by a push, as I see it, to pander to the convenience of a few itinerant cyclists from Merribeck and Murrumbina and other municipalities? Thank you.
Thank you for the feedback.
Okay. Thank you for the feedback. I think there wasn't much of a question there.
There was a question, but
I get that you put a question there, but whether there's an answer, that is an objective instead of subjective answer.
Thank you. That's the answer I expected, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. I have Stephen Liddickett submitting a question to Council. And then on governance team, did we get Rowan Yates online at all? No, okay. Sorry, Rowan, if you tried, we didn't have you. Hi, Stephen.
Hello, my name is Stephen Liddickett. I live in Inkerman Street, East St Kilda. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I think what is becoming very evident is just how ill-conceived this whole situation is that we find ourselves in. I find I've raised issues on a number of occasions about the whole process, a very flawed process of consultation that involves a lack of notification of key stakeholders, in fact the total omission of all people in Inkerman Street by apparent design. I don't know how else you would interpret it, and huge parts of the northern side of Inkerman Street were omitted. Still to this date...
I'll pause the time. Just wait, please. Yes, CEO?
There's been an inference there that we have purposely excluded.
Okay, sorry, incompetence then. Incompetence, it's not purposely.
I also would remind you, Mayor, about the need for the gallery to be respectful.
Okay.
Absolutely. We are almost through it. Can you please
okay.
keep it respectful, or I will have to wrap up question time, and there's a few more people. Thank you.
There's a lot to be said, but anyway, we'll try to narrow it down. Given the central tenet often expressed around the motivation in assuming a role in public office on the council is a desire to serve the community and encourage cohesion and enrichment, and how do you reconcile the anxiety and the experience of feeling under siege as a result of proposals in Inkerman Street threatening the livability, business viability for all who live, work and visit the neighbourhood?
Do you have a later
Yes,
question?
I do. I spent a lot of time trying to make people aware of all the implications of the current proposals, the woeful proposals on the table currently. And invariably, once people are aware of the situation and the implications, there's wholesale opposition to it. I shouldn't have to explain that. It should be patently obvious what the case is. What confidence should we have that the current consultation is not reduced to a shouting match, because I'm part of that now, that sound judgment will be able to prevail based on substantial analysis, transparency, respect for protecting the interests of ratepayers, residents, businesses, rather than adherence to an unchallenged ideological dogma? Why is the consideration for achieving the objectives of the project not embracing a more expansive and arguably superior range of options than the two taken to consultation, one which is simply bizarre and the other one which is mediocre, arguably increasing
I'll have to ask
safety
you to
risks?
wrap it up, please. That was 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
Through you, Mayor. Look, I'll try and keep it succinct. I think this is part of the democratic process. I mean, there'll be people here tonight who have expressed a range of concerns around the process. What I can say is that this project, in terms of the Inkerman Street Safe Travel Corridor, has been one that's been in the public domain for an extended period of time, pre this council. It's been part of the integrated transport strategy that other councils have signed off on. It's a current strategy of council. Officers have been working diligently through the different options to address various concerns around safety, transport, parking. Those analyses have been going for an extended period of time, and we are now consulting with the community. That process involves the have your say components. We have letterboxed twice now the various parts of the community. We have tried to make this as viable, feasible as we possibly can. So if you haven't received it through the post, there have been various other ways that people have been advised of this process. It is much more extensive than you would receive in other processes that council or state government may run. People are...
Please do not interrupt, please. Helen, I'm sorry, we're not having the opportunity right now.
So what I've acknowledged through this process is that we have sought reasonably through various endeavours to make sure that the community are aware of this process. I think the reflection that you are here tonight demonstrates that there is broad community awareness of this process. We are now going through a process of collecting that feedback. Officers will respond and report that feedback and take on board different considerations and give further advice to council. All of the feedback that we receive will be put into a report. That report will come back to council. You'll have an opportunity, or the community will have an opportunity to speak to that again, if you wish. Then council will, at a later date, make a decision based on all the feedback it's received and any additional analysis and advice. There are complicated decisions that councils need to make, that various government agencies need to make. There will be, at times, very divided views around the pros and cons and benefits of those proposals. We are trying to run a transparent process that enables community feedback on the various options to be considered in a transparent and professional way. You should rest assured that you've been heard by the councillors tonight, that officers have heard your feedback, and that we will consider that alongside all other feedback received, and it will be reported back to Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have one more here. I have Damien Morgan. Hi, Damien. And Damien, I do see what you've written here, and it might be hard to actually get you the answers, but go ahead and ask, and I'll see what I can do for you.
Well, thank you, Mayor, for listening to me and the councillors and the employee. I live in St Kilda. I'm 69 years of age, and I rely on my car to get around the community, to do my shopping and that. The bicycle lane that was put in congested traffic in Inkerman Street, but I appreciated why you put it in. For the council now to expand that into side streets, it's only going to create more congestion, more smog up into the atmosphere, so it's not an environmental thing. Balaclava Street, or Balaclava Road, is congested. Dandenong Road's the same. I have 3 questions. I've actually got 4 now, if you just bear with me for a second.
Just fire them off and then we'll get to the answer.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just looking for it on my phone. One is, are you all elected representatives to be on the council? You are?
Okay, keep going.
Are you all elected to be on the council? Just
the only elected people are right here. This year, we are the elected ones.
That's one. Because if you are, you're elected to represent, not to rule.
Okay, keep going.
Don't tell us what we're doing. Okay. Oh, gee, hold on. See, I'm nervous, folks. You got me. An old 69.
All right. One more question. Go ahead.
Okay. Are you elected? 2, who makes the decisions? And 3, all of you, do you give up your free parking here tonight? Well,
right,
you expect
Damien?
your residents and your businesses to lose business over
Damien,
parking.
I'll need to stop you there.
Answer the question.
No, I appreciate it. Okay. Yes, we are elected to represent the community. Thank you.
Represent them.
Thank you. But I think that the answers that you're seeking here are aimed to maybe embarrass councillors or council staff. So I'm going to disallow them. You've made points.
I'm not here
and I appreciate,
to
no,
embarrass.
it's not a back and forth conversation. I appreciate that you've come down and listened to everybody and that we've had this opportunity. The CEO explained a lot about the process that people may not have been aware of, or you may have more questions, which you're welcome to email us. But we've had other people here who've come to the agenda to speak to or to listen to the agenda and see where we're going to go. So I'm going to finish out the question time now, which I think everyone had a very fair go to bring your concerns and questions. I'm going to take a 5-minute break now because I'm sure we all need it. And thank you for coming tonight. You're welcome to leave or you're welcome to stay.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking it after the break. The changes being proposed for Inkerman Street include 3 pedestrian crossings, with 1 located at Blenheim Street but no crossing at Nelson Street. Since Nelson Street is the main thoroughfare to Balaclava Station, the Coles shopping at Precinct, St Kilda and Balaclava Kindergarten and Alma Park, where a lot of people cross to take their dogs, why has Blenheim Street been nominated as the crossing and not Nelson Street?
Thank you. Do you have that one, Brian?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question, and through you, Mayor. We did have a look at the Nelson Street crossing because of its convenience, because it's, as you've indicated, directly connects to those important streets. Look, our initial assessment was there probably just wasn't sufficient room at that area, particularly when you put in place the pedestrian lights. But I think taking into account the feedback that we've received, we're going to have another look at it to see if we can fit it in there, and if we can, then that'll be the proposal that we'll bring forward.
Thank you, because I also noticed that the...
Sorry, we can't have the back and forth, but you're welcome to email us. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now we're moving on to councillor question times. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers in relation to nothing on the agenda tonight? Councillor Nyaguy?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to reword it a bit because I spoke to officers offline. They were a bit confused with my question. So basically, West St Kilda Beach is frequently used by a number of wind sports, including kite surfers. Recently, a sign was installed on the Rocky Groin at the end of Langridge Street, which presents an obstacle for kite surfers. In terms of alterations like that and other alterations around West St Kilda Beach, do council officers usually consult with the wind sport businesses and other beach users before making changes?
Who would I? Brian T.
Yes, and thank you, and through you, Mayor. And yes, before putting up signages, we generally do consult with people who might be impacted. I don't know the particular circumstances in this case in terms of who was consulted and who wasn't with, so I'm happy to take that part of the question on notice and come back to you.
Any further questions? Councillor Pearl?
One without notice, one with notice. One without notice in terms of the waste review that's being conducted. Can the motion for that waste review that was passed by council be released to the public now, and are the terms of reference for that review available to the public?
Who would like to take that? Is that Darren or taking on notice?
Through you, Mayor. Darren, do you have an answer for that?
Thank you. Darren?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the council will receive a report in February. That is our aim and objective in regard to the terms of reference. We have released a press release in regard to that, also provided information regarding the terms of reference and the purposes of the review to the public through the excuse me for one moment.
We'll take it on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thanks for taking that on notice. I appreciate it. And can officers please provide a full list of the community grant and advisory committees that council currently has in place? How many meetings have these committees had in the past year?
Who's taking that one? Is that Alison? Hi, Alison.
Through you, Mayor. We currently have 18 committees, business advisory groups and panels. They have various meeting schedules throughout the year. Currently, to date, there's been 97 meetings. I can provide now or in the minutes the list of those advisory and panels and the amount of times they've meeting, if that's helpful.
The minutes is fine. Tabling the minutes. I've had a look through them and there seems to be quite a few missing, so we could have another look. That would be great. But the multi-faith network was one. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Any further questions from councillors? If not, we'll move on to sealing schedule. All right. Councillors, we have no items for sealing on tonight's agenda. So finally, we're on to petitions and joint letters. Councillors, we have no petitions, but it is one joint letter response on tonight's agenda. This is 7.1, joint letter response, restrict public access to lane R2243, also known as Princess Street, Port Melbourne. Do councillors have any questions of the officers in regards to this item? Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to ask how council officers propose to deal with maintenance related to the laneway. I saw, obviously, there's a discussion or comments around access and things like that, but who would be responsible for the maintenance of the laneway?
Lachlan Johnson.
Through you, Mayor. So if council do resolve to consult on discontinuing the laneway tonight, following that process, if the laneway is discontinued, we will enter into negotiations with the neighbours who live adjacent to the laneway. An agreement will be recommended, either a lease or a licence. The conditions of that agreement will spell out maintenance obligations so it can ensure that it's clean, access for council, access for service authorities and other things like that. All of that information will be provided back to council, subject to a decision tonight.
Thank you. Another question? Thank you.
But I just want to be clear, is it an expectation under these circumstances that the residents maintain it, or is that a negotiation because it's...
Lachlan Johnson?
Through you, Mayor, so it'll be a negotiation that goes into place, but obviously the intent of the motion that's put for Council this evening is to limit public access and for the residents to be able to access that space. So when we negotiate the agreement with the residents, we'll keep that in mind about who has the main utilisation of the space. It would make a lot of sense for Council to be able to be going into that area to maintain and clean it when it's really... The whole purpose of this is to restrict access. But as I said, the details about how that will be and any financial implications and everything will be made very clear in a report back to Council for Council consideration following that negotiation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nyaguy?
Has this approach been taken with any other laneways, and is this considered a standard or normal approach to managing these kind of issues in laneways?
Through you, Mayor, I'll have to take on notice as to whether it's ever been used elsewhere in Port Phillip, this particular approach, but Council does sell laneways. This approach here is to discontinue and then enter into some kind of agreement for access. From what I'm aware, that hasn't been used in recent times, no.
Thank you. Councillor Martin?
And through you, Mayor, just confirming that all adjacent landowners would need to agree before this would go ahead, is that correct?
Through you, Mayor, yes. So if Council resolves tonight to consult, we will consult with all adjacent landowners and also publish it publicly, advertise it publicly so that neighbouring residents and anyone else who may have an interest in this piece of land is able to provide feedback for consideration to Council.
Thank you. Councillor Bond?
Why would we not commence the process to sell the parcel of land if it's no longer required, rather than us just seal it off for exclusive use for these residents and us potentially having to maintain it? Why wouldn't we just sell it like we do for every other laneway in the city that is deemed surplus to requirements?
Lachlan Johnson?
Through you, Mayor, that is an option that's available to Council. So when the joint letter was received a few months ago, a number of options were proposed to Council. We identified that this option potentially addresses the concerns of the residents in the quickest and easiest way. But Councillor Bond is correct. In many other situations where land is deemed surplus to Council's needs, it is discontinued and sold.
Thank you. Any further questions? If not, we have the officer's recommendation. Would someone like to move this or something else? Councillor Martin to move it and Councillor Crawford to second it. Councillor Martin, would you like to speak to it?
Thank you, Mayor. Can I congratulate the officers in coming up with what I think is a novel solution, as we've just heard. I'm not aware of something that's happening in Port Phillip before, and it may well be something that if negotiations go well and we're able to, and I'm assuming it's not a done deal until negotiations are resolved to the satisfaction of both the Council and the landowners, if we get through to that stage and this goes ahead, it may be a model that we could look at exploring in other situations where we have a very small parcel of land with a large number of landowners where no single landowner wants to make an offer on the premises. So I think it's a very safe way of trialling what could be a very, very successful way of shared land use, as long as the negotiations go to the satisfaction, in particular of the Council, but also of the landowners.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford, you want to speak to it? Anybody else want to speak to the item? Councillor Sirkoff?
Yeah, I'm also wanting to say thank you to the officers for finding a solution for the residents here. You know, they've expressed their concerns with safety and security where they live, where they've had to go to the extent of providing CCTV cameras, also lighting, movement of lighting to detect people moving around their property, and also regarding antisocial behaviour, where they have been threatened by undesirable behaviour and peoples in that vicinity. So I do see it's $245,000 if they wanted to purchase the property, but given that really nobody uses the lane, it still will remain in the ownership of Council. And I know that the family has expressed also in their emails that they do maintain the lane, and I'm sure that they will, given this respect between Council and the residents, that they will continue to do so. So I'm really, really supportive for the safety and security of our residents, for a lane that's really not used by anybody else but those who have access to that lane directly. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll add it is a good outcome at this point, at the beginning of a process, that for our unique situation, but I acknowledge that you're here tonight, you've made a passionate plea, and I'm glad that the officers were able to come to something that we can consider. So, Councillor Nyaguy?
Yes, I wouldn't normally speak, but I just wanted to say I will support this. I think it's a novel response, but I think we do need to be, we always have to balance between having these kind of bespoke responses and I guess the creation of further officer time by having lots of complicated arrangements with different parts of land that we manage. So I'll support it in this case. I think it's a reasonable response, but I think it's something we need to monitor. If we're looking at doing this again and again, we need to assess how that impacts on our resourcing.
Fair. Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I note the officers' recommendations and the suggestions they've come up with. Also understand the residents' concerns. I will support this on the basis that it's coming back to Council to review, I guess, where the negotiations end up, because I think there are some potential issues around precedents and need to understand sort of the arrangements and how this would work, because in other situations the residents have to purchase the land or buy the land, and then Council potentially has maintenance obligations. So I think there's a few more things to work through, but I guess that'll come back to Council shortly. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else speaking to the item? Councillor Bond?
Similar to Councillor Clark, I'm probably very reluctant to set a precedent here. I'd like us to explore the opportunity of selling this parcel of land if it is surplus to our requirements as a council, like we do for everyone else in the city where they're in this situation. I'd hate to set a precedent here where we now have to fence off these parcels of land but are still required to maintain them, and it just makes it really, really complicated and will take up a lot of officer time and potentially legal discussions in the future as we try and recall the history of some of these sites and, was it sold? Was it subject to one of these agreements? I've seen many of these in the past where people think, no, it's ours, and council records are different and we end up going to court. I think, if we start introducing all these little niche outcomes for specific laneways, we're going to have these problems 20, 30, 40, 50 years down the track when something else goes to happen here. So I'd rather we maintained a consistent approach, and if this land is surplus to requirements, sell it off the way we do for all the other parcels of land. But I look forward to that discussion when this comes back to us in a couple of months' time in the new year.
Thank you. Any further comments? Do you need to close, Councillor Martin? All right, let's go to the vote. All those in favour? Hands up if you're in favour. All right. Are you against? Okay, that's carried. Thank you. That's carried. So we'll move on to the presentation of reports. You're welcome to stay. You're welcome to go, whatever you'd like to do. I note that item 10.4, being preliminary submission, Fisherman's Bend Development Contributions Plan and Open Space Uplift Mechanism, which is Planning Scheme Amendment GC 224, has been included in the public agenda. This report was initially distributed as a confidential report for our consideration tonight. However, on Saturday, the 2nd December, the state government released this information publicly, and therefore the reason for confidentiality under the Local Government Act 2020 lapsed. This report was subsequently published to our website as a public report, and we will consider it in the open agenda. Okay, so on to the presentation reports. The first one is 8.1. This is the presentation of October CEO Report, Issue 101. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers in relation to the report? Councillor Nyaguy?
I had two questions in relation to animal management. Firstly, I just wanted to ask whether we had hired the new animal management officer yet, who's appropriated the budget. Secondly, just reviewing the data in the CEO report for fines issued, it appears that in July, August and September we didn't really issue any animal management fines, and I just wanted to get a sense of whether we do issue fines for poor behaviour. In the note under the graph, it's noting that most of the fines are issued in relation to registrations. Just wondering if council officers could potentially provide a breakdown of the two categories of registration failure versus other animal management fines.
Brian, are you able to answer any of that tonight?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I have approved some time ago the process that commenced for the new animal management officer, and I think some weeks ago when I last had a look at it, that they'd reached the end of their engagement process. So I think, but let me confirm. I'll be able to confirm that with you. So I'll take it on notice. But I'm very confident that we've moved pretty much through that process. I will need to just take on notice the other part of the question dealing with the animal management fines and how that is divided up.
Thank you. Any other questions in relation to this report? If not, I'm looking for someone to move this. Councillor Martin, who would like to second it? Councillor Nyaguy. Councillor Martin, would you like to speak to it?
As I do each month, I'd just like to highlight one item that appears in the report, and that is that in the financial section, and again, I commend the report to you. It's always very interesting and fascinating reading, but the thing that sticks in my mind is that we have a $30,000 only predicted surplus for the current financial year, and that's before we have any further spending. And I notice further on tonight we're going to be looking at the 10-year financial outlook, which is predicting a $100 million deficit against the rate cap if there are no changes to the level of either council spending or councillor income. So food for thought. So I commend the document to you, but there's a couple of disturbing things to note.
Councillor Nyaguy.
Thank you. I'll also call out the something from the report, which is probably some of the targets around waste. It's disappointing that we're not currently meeting our targets on a number of the waste objectives. Obviously, we've had a difficult transition to citywide, and I just want to assure the community that's certainly at forefront of our minds, and I've been really impressed by the officers' determination to get us within those targets, because I certainly think anyone reading this report will be disappointed, and I certainly echo those sentiments and just want to emphasise that council is working very hard to address them.
Thank you. Anybody else speaking to this item? If not, let's go to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried. Yep, and unanimous. Thank you. All right, now this is 9.1. This is a response to the notice of motion from Councillor Baxter for the safe delivery of the LGBTIQA+ programs, community events and recognition. Are there any questions of the officers in relation to the report? If not, I'm looking for someone to move the officer's rec or something else. Councillor Baxter.
Mayor, I'd like to move a deferral of this motion.
Okay. So just change it to defer this. Do you have a date you want to defer it to, or just open deferral?
We can just defer it until the officers are able to provide a more complete report back.
Sure. So they're going to write that up here, if you can read it and make sure it's what you want it to say. Sure. That happy? Would someone second this? Councillor Nyaguy? Councillor Baxter, would you like to speak to it?
Thank you, Mayor. Look, this one, I'd like to thank the officers for providing a report back in the time frame that my motion asked for. But it's clear from the report here that while they have met the time frame set, they would have preferred to have some more time to bring something more back to council. So this report is really more of a sort of an update, basically, on some of the work that they've been doing. So I think my preference, though, is to defer this so that we can actually get back a more full report that actually talks about some of the actions and things that they would like to do. That this is not a criticism of the officers, the quality of their work, but just want to make sure that they have the time that they need to properly, I think, meet the requirements of the notice of motion that don't include the time frame, basically.
Right. Councillor Nyaguy?
Yeah, I echo those sentiments. It's one of those dilemmas, right? You add a timeline because you want to hear back, and then you set it too short. A lot of work has been done. we had quite a good discussion about this report at the recent advisory committee meeting. There's certainly a sentiment to keep pushing forward, and there was certainly support for us not to sort of end it here, but to sort of finish this risk assessment work and to get to a place where we're able to confidently hold these events and manage the risks.
Thank you. Anybody else speaking to this item? Otherwise, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? That's are those against? All right, that's carried. All right, now we're on to 10.1, the Gasworks Arts Park site plan endorsement. Councillors, we have an officer's alt rec. It has been circulated over email, and we'll bring it up on the screen so people in the room can see this, and hopefully those online can also. All right, I'm going to read it out. So under 3.2, I'll read the red part. We're going to add to the last point that into the park and consider a gate at this location to improve safety. Then in 3.3, it'll now read, notes that all decisions regarding amendments to the wall will be subject to further design to be undertaken by the VSBA in conjunction and agreed by Council. Then 3.4 is a new item. Notes that serpent artwork currently on the wall will need to be assessed prior to any final agreement on the amendment to that part of the wall. Then now 3.6, a new item says, notes that the ongoing licensing agreement between City of Port Phillip and Albert Park College would need to be reviewed if access is open to Arts Precinct. Is that all? Just I'm looking at, yep, okay. My eyes are going.
Let's ask a clarifying question.
Yes?
Just when it says, sorry, just stop moving for a tick, and agreed by council, does that mean it comes back to a council meeting?
Clarifying question, will that come back to a council meeting or will it be done in a different process? CEO?
Through you, Mayor, the intention is that that would come back to a council meeting.
Thank you. Okay.
I had a question.
Yes.
Just to clarify, improving safety for who in regard to the addition of a gate?
Is it clarifying the safety? Is that around egress or is that about something else?
Through you, Mayor, that's to restrict access for dogs and children potentially running onto the road. So the proposal is to look at a gate if there's access from the park, particularly if it opens onto Pickle Street, which has quite a large proposed entry by the VSBA.
Thank you. Okay. Any other further clarifying questions? Councillor Sirikoff?
Will that gate remain locked unless there's some kind of event occurring at the, say, at this new arts precinct?
Alison Kimwood?
What occasions would the the gate remain locked or unlocked?
Through you, Mayor, the proposal is to give access to the precinct from the park, so the gate would remain open unless it needed to be locked for a reason. The proposal is that it is more to restrict the gate, would be to restrict access onto Pickle Street, so it could be open and closed as needed.
Thank you. Any further clarifying questions or questions in general? Okay, Councillor Bond.
I've got general questions that don't relate to the motion on the board.
I think now's actually the opportunity. This is Officer's Rec, so it's just like the recommendation in general. So no one's moved or seconded, but go ahead and ask.
No, that's all right. I had a really good conversation on the weekend with a heritage architect who contacted me and they went down and had a look at the wall and came back with their assessment. I know there was some talk that perhaps the footings on this particular wall have a heritage overlay, and this person can't work out why there would be footings here with a heritage overlay, given it was the site of numerous buildings at various points in time over the history of the gasworks, and said the buildings cut through where these footings would have been. So there's very little chance these would be original footings. He also made an assessment of the wall in general, and his view was, and I'll read out from his email, the wall is an entirely modern wall of wire-cut extruded cord bricks that could not be from the 1950s construction and is most likely from the mid-1980s. There is no heritage value that can be attributed to the footings or the wall. So that was his assessment of it. My question for officers is, where did we get the assessment that the wall was a 1950s wall, and that the footings of this wall were covered by some sort of heritage protection or assessment or something along those lines.
Sorry, who's it? Dana. Dana Pritchard, online.
I would need to take on notice the exact details of that assessment and who undertook it.
Thank you, Dana. Any other questions? Councillor Sirkoff?
Taking into consideration Councillor Bond's question, whether or not they've got heritage value, does that actually change what's coming up in this motion regarding the height of the wall? That if I'm just thinking of if the footings are of heritage value, and I understand at the moment that the wall will be we're proposing in this motion that the wall be no higher than 0.9 metres or 1 metre, so that 0.9 metre wall will be the existing wall. If it turns out that there's no heritage value of the footings or the wall itself, does that mean that a new wall can be built but it still has to be maintained and built to a 1 metre height or waist height?
Who's taking it? Sia?
Through you, Mayor, I think the officer's recommendation isn't really contingent on the heritage value of the wall, the footings. We're see it as a practical resolution to the issue, and there's an existing wall there that we think could be reduced in height in some parts, maintained in height in others. We need to do some further work on it, and that would address some of the concerns that we have as officers around interaction between the proposed school and the park, while also making the architecture and the visual connection between the two, and also making sure that there's an opening between the two that's got some safety and security around it. We could consider further. I'm not sure that we'd be, if there's a functioning wall there that can meet the requirements that we've outlined, then we're pretty happy with that. We're not proposing to remove the wall in its entirety. We're not proposing to maintain the wall in its current state either.
Thank you. I'll ask a question. We received an email suggesting that we were removing 89 trees around that. Can an officer explain what the tree removal rate is and what the outcome is? Dana Pritchard? Dana, are you there?
Vegetation.
Yep. Good. Oh. Yeah, now we can hear you.
Sorry. Through the development of the park plan, it included an assessment of the current trees and vegetation. The assessment showed that there's 192 trees in the park. Many had low retention value. This meant that they were in decline, unsafe or potentially diseased. Further assessments undertaken on request of the Friends of Gasworks Arts Park reduced the number to be removed through the works from 89 to 75. There are also currently 24 trees in the park that the parks team have identified for removal in the coming months, as they're in very poor condition, and signs will be placed on all these trees prior to them being removed, so there is opportunity for feedback from the community on all those trees. The final decision on tree removals for the project will be made through detailed design, and the project also will be planting 300 new trees through the project, and these will start to be planted from April next year to correspond with the planting season.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? If not, we're looking for someone to move this officer's alternative rec. Councillor Bond and Councillor Martin to second. Councillor Bond, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, just very briefly. I know we are dealing with an entire concept plan for all of Gasworks here tonight, but we seem to have forgotten about 100% of Gasworks Arts Park as we concentrate on one wall that is in one corner on the boundary of the park. So I think we should probably speak a little bit about the rest of the park and what a great improvement we're going to be making to the rest of the Gasworks Arts Park with new and improved children's playgrounds, new and improved barbecue areas that our community can enjoy. We're going to replace all the trees there that we haven't been able to do anything with for a very long time. We're going to change some of the paths to help alleviate a few of the issues with the goat tracks that I think people call them that have happened here. So I think we should be very, very proud that we've come to this point where we have a plan that we're able to endorse and that we're able to get on and implement and improve the rest of the park instead of concentrating on one wall in one corner of that park, which isn't even in the park technically. It's on the boundary. So I think we should be enormously proud of the rest of the park. It is a great facility. There is a great link to the arts communities down there. This new precinct plan is going to have areas for enhanced outdoor performances. It's going to bring the community down there and they will have a lot more enjoyment of this park as opposed to the current ageing facilities and facilities that we haven't been able to do anything with for at least the 12 years I've been on council, and probably I think we're up to about 20 years now that we've been looking at this park saying there's not much we can do here because we need to deal with the contamination and come up with a new concept plan and rework all the park. Well, we're here now. We're about to do something. We know what we're going to do there. So I look forward to getting on and doing this and seeing something happen here to improve this park for the entire community of Port Phillip.
Thank you. Councillor Martin?
I agree with everything that Councillor Bond has said, and I'm just looking at the plans again in front of me here. It's going to be a marvellous place. I'm just looking at the Market Plaza area, the Glade area, and yeah, it's been a pretty bland area for, well, not as long as I can remember, because I can remember the old Gasworks, but since the park was established, it's had a certain blandness, and I think it's going to look fantastic once this is all implemented. I will speak briefly about the wall. I've had a number of discussions, and I know that there are very, very strong views about this. And my reading of the situation is that there are many people who live close to Gasworks Park who are very protective of their park and they want to see it maintained in a wonderful condition, and they're concerned that if the school students have easy access, then there is the potential for some of the things that they really value about that park to be lost. The way that this alternative recommendations comes through, we're being very clear about delineating where the boundary is between the area that the students would be using normally and the rest of the park. We're making it very, very clear that there will need to be a licence agreement that would need to be agreed to by the council on how the students would access the park. Someone said earlier today that you can't control children, one of the speakers, and that they would destroy the park, or words to that effect. Now, I don't agree with that. I'm probably the only person in here who's been a school principal who's managed 800 children using our City of Port Phillip Park during the lunch hours, and it can be done, and it was... And it can be done, and it was done very, very easily with regular supervision. I have no doubt with the proper licence agreement and clearly delineated boundaries showing areas where students are and are not allowed to go, we can make this work. So not only will the park look brilliant, but we'll be able to, with the support of the school licence agreement that they'll enter into the City of Port Phillip, do it in such a way that we're not banning students from the park all the time. They're members of our community, they should be allowed to access it, but we also need to be aware of the needs of the local residents and limit the access of the students to particular times of the day and particular times of the year and so on. So I look forward to seeing all these marvellous renovations coming to fruition, and I look forward to seeing the agreement between the City of Port Phillip and the local school coming back to council, and I'm sure we can come up with something that's going to be workable both for the school and for the local residents that will preserve the integrity of what is going to be a wonderful park in the City of Port Phillip.
Thank you. Would anybody like to speak to this? Councillor Nyaguy?
I'm very excited about this upgrade. I think Gasworks is one of the most special parts of our city. It's something that is slightly unusual. It's a challenging site given the history and contamination, but ultimately I can only thank the councillors of the past and previous councils who have saw fit to take on this site, to make it something very special for our community. It's a park, it has incredible environmental benefits, but it also has a whole bunch of incredible arts benefits. I always love going and seeing a show there. I love going along to the farmers market. or just simply having a stroll. And I think it's certainly been overdue for an upgrade for some time. The contamination has always been a challenge on this site, and it's good that we finally got to a point where we can move forward, we can do a bit of rearranging, we can deal with some of the dead or dying trees and replant several times over more, fix some of the issues around the paths, and ultimately improve the site for everyone for the future. In regard to the wall, this is one of the first issues I think that was put to me as a councillor actually, and it's one that I've thought a bit about over the year and certainly gone down and had a look at the wall several times and have heard submissions both for and against it. I do appreciate everyone reaching out. I know it's a lot of strong feelings about it. Ultimately, I'm quite supportive of removing it. I think there are definitely challenges in terms of how we manage the student movement through the site. And I think it's important that we make clear that the park is for everyone. That doesn't mean it's the private purview of the school, and that's something we need to keep managing. But ultimately, the redevelopment of the VSBA site provides us with an exciting opportunity ultimately to expand the footprint of the park. This area is envisaged to be open to the public outside of school hours and simply increases the access points and places for people to enjoy. So I think lowering the wall is an important sort of sign to the community that this is also their space, that they are welcome to go into the site. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak to the item? Councillor Sirikoff.
Thank you, Mayor. Over the last 12, 15 months, this park has been a contentious issue between two groups in the community, one being the school and also then the residents who've been there for a long time, and they love their area. They enjoy where they live, and so we've got to find a good outcome for everybody, and that is a compromise. And I think the compromise that we've got with a waist height wall is that good outcome, because while there are people like the long-term residents who didn't want to have the wall removed, by having a wall at waist height, it still creates that delineation or that barrier that separates the park from the actual new arts precinct. That new arts precinct is going to bring other impacts with it, even though it's going to be a great precinct for the students and a great learning place for the VCA and also for the students of Albert Park College. I think this is a great thing, but it's always a compromise where everybody's got to give in a little bit and give a little bit. And so by having this waist height wall, we'll still have an open space, but we'll also have an area where those who have got dogs, and it's an off-leash park, you will be able to have that barrier so that dogs aren't running into the school area, and you'll also have that protection of where people aren't stepping over or jumping over it, whether it's into the arts precinct area or jumping or stepping over into the park area. It'll create that wall where people will walk around, and also that security for the new VCA school, so that people can't just step over, jump over, and go into that area. So I think this is a great outcome for both sides, because I think there might have been a misconception from those from the school that the wall was going. That, they were wanting to have the wall completely removed, but misconception that a waist height wall is going to serve everybody's purpose. So I'm really think this is a great outcome. Plus, also on another positive note, we're going to see some 300 trees planted in the Gasworks Arts Park. We're going to have we're still going to maintain a bushland character into the design, and along that wall we're going to have an established planted buffer between the new school and the site that is along the wall. So I think this is a great outcome, and I think it's going to be a fantastic park for everybody.
Thank you. Anybody else speaking to the item? If not, let's go to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimous. Appreciate hands staying up, please. Great. We're on to now 10.2. This is St Kilda Triangle live music venue. Outcomes of community consultation, preliminary planning assessment, commercial analysis summary, and next steps. Are there any questions of the officers in relation to this report? Councillor Nyaguy?
I've got a couple. I'll try just to do them all in one go, if that's better for officers. The first question was when Council took over the Committee of Management responsibilities for the St Kilda Triangle. The second question was, since that time, how much approximately has Council spent on the Triangle site in planning through the and other works through the CITA proposal, the cancellation of that proposal, the 2012 and 2016 master plans, and this current iteration. I'd also like council officers to just unpack a little bit the gender disparity in the engagement. It was a bit unclear from the report the percentage of women that supported the proposal. And also just a quick question on whether council has done any upgrades to the site since taking over back in the day.
All right, there's a few questions there. Did you get them all?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I think so. So the Committee of Management began in 2006 with the St Kilda Triangle Act, which delegated authority to Council. And since that time, found a report that summarised the spend from 2004 up until 2015, and that figure was publicly reported in a 10th of March 2015 report and in the media as being $8.7 million, and that included $5 million CITA compensation, $1 million in legal fees, and it also mentions other spending, and from my understanding it also included the 2012 visioning exercise, and it also mentions the Palais Theatre, and I'm not sure whether that's capital works. I think so, but it's unclear. So we just have my answer is based on the public report and what it contains there. I haven't been able to unpack the history further than that. In addition, we had in 2016 the master plan, and that was just over $1 million, and then the current project, which is $515,000. Sorry, that was question 2. Question 3, which was around the gender disparity. The consultation report, we've started including in our assessments an analysis of gender, so where people have indicated whether they're female, male, or they prefer not to say. We've used that data to look at, is there any difference in answers between men and women and other? And what the report has shown is that there is a difference between men providing stronger, are more likely to provide a strong support for the venue versus women, I think was around in the 30s for strong support. That's not saying they're not saying their supportive, but the likelihood of a strong support was different to men. So we don't have why. We don't have the report doesn't include why there's a difference. We just know there is a difference. So it's just providing additional information, and that is useful for future parts of the project.
Thank you. Was all the questions answered? Yeah, you good? Okay, let's see if there's any other questions and we'll come back to you. Any other questions of the officers in relation to this report? Yep, go ahead.
The question was just around whether the council has spent any money on upgrading or maintaining the site.
Thank you. Apologies for missing that one. Through you, Mayor. I would have to take that question on notice. There has been works done to maintain the car park and obviously for the Palais Theatre, but if you're thinking of that as a separate project, over to CEO.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. We, after we ran the procurement process and appointed Live Nation as the tenant with significant revenue streams, we have been also investing in our share of maintenance of the building. There was a significant investment in the Palais, which leveraged a significant investment from the state government. I think council put in around 7 and the state government put in around 14. largely now the Live Nation looks after the Palais. We do receive some rent and we put some money into a sinking fund for structural maintenance. We've got a few projects that we're looking at the moment, like tunnels rectification work. We're also doing the Luna Park Palais forecourt. Some of that's obviously Luna Park, some of it's into the forecourt area of the Triangle site. And Lachlan Johnson might be able to give me further information around the rest of the site.
Lachlan Johnson.
And through you, Mayor, just to add to what Chris and Joanne have said, we also maintain the site. So in terms of regular street sweeping, litter picking, the drainage that runs through the site is also maintained by council. Obviously, any vegetation on the slopes as well is also maintained by council.
Great, thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Crawford?
My question is about a possible amendment. Is it an amendment or artwork? I don't know what it is. Is that useful now, or should I wait till that is offered up and then ask the question?
I think let's wait for it to be maybe raised as a clarifying question. Could you do that?
I could do that if that's more useful.
I think it's just more easier to flow. All right. If there's no further regular questions, I'm looking for someone to move this or something else. Councillor Bond?
I would like to move something different.
Can you read out for us what you're wanting to move, please?
It is the exact wording of the officer's recommendation up to 1.6.
3.6, yeah?
Well, the one I got in front of me says 1.6.
It's a formatting. So,
all right.
Should we follow Should we follow the threes? Yeah. Sorry, just for clarity.
Changing 1 to 3 will make my sheet match where up to 3.6. It would delete 3.7, and then what I have here in front of me as I'll call it 3.8 will probably become 3.7 if we've got that formatting. That's correct up there. Advocate to the Victorian Government for investment in a business case for a new live music and performance venue on the St Kilda Triangle, with a possible contribution from Council to the business case to be confirmed. And then what I have in front of me is 3.9 will become 3.8 on the screen there. Approves a project budget of $110,000 for officers to engage with the market to further clarify the level of interest in investing in a new live music venue and performance venue on the St Kilda Triangle and understand the level of funding contribution that is possible. This could include discussions with any interested parties that were involved in the market sounding, parties that have already expressed interest in the project, and an invitation to other interested parties who haven't yet made contact with Council.
Great. Do you have any questions of this one? Is that where you'd like to ask a clarifying question? Do we have a seconder? Councillor Pearl. Do you have a clarifying question since you foreshadowed?
If I could.
Yes.
I guess my concern is it possible to do it without the 110K for officers to engage with the market? Is there not capacity to do it without that extra cost? And if it's not, where is this money coming from? Are we going into deficit out of our cash surplus would be the question.
Thank you. Joanne McNeill.
Through you, Mayor, on the first part of that question, there's very particular commercial expertise that's required to be involved in that process. It's not just conversations, it needs to be a structured process. We do have some property expertise in-house who's fully allocated. Whether or not we could look at that as an alternative, it would just mean impact to other projects. So that hasn't been proposed, and we could look at reducing the amount, reducing the scope, but that's what we're recommending is required to support this process.
Yep. Any questions?
Just around what does it do to the surplus then, or I guess I'm just curious where it leaves us.
See you.
So assuming all other things equal, that would erode the surplus. We'll be having a financial update shortly following the end of the November month, and we'll have a better picture of where we're at. But assuming everything else is equal and nothing else has changed, that would reduce the surplus.
Thank you. Councillor Martin, do you have a question?
Follow up to Councillor Crawford's question. The alt-rec is suggesting 110k as the sum. If we put 110k, does that mean we're committing to spend 110k, or does it mean we would spend up to 110k based on the interactions with the market? So it may well be that we spend significantly less than that. My question is there potential to spend significantly less than that depending on what's happening with the market, or are we committed to spend that 110k?
Joanne McNeill.
Through you, Mayor, that amount would be the cap, and we would endeavour to spend less than that. We would need to scope the work. So this is an estimate of cost at the moment, and obviously we wouldn't go higher than that, and we would endeavour to spend less. But that's the estimate that's provided.
Thank you. Councillor Sirikov first, and then Councillor Nyaguy. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wondering if we were to take this approach, just in engaging with other bodies who might be interested in this project, what kind of time period would we allow for it so that we make sure that we're engaging with a wide range of interested parties?
Joanne McNeill.
Through you, Mayor. So we would need to still work through the methodology to get the best outcome. It's not so much about the spread, it's about getting the right people, the right organisations involved in the discussion. So we would need, I think we've allowed 6 months for this work, and we think that's adequate.
Thank you. Councillor Nyaguy.
I wondered if council officers could just clarify in relation to 1.8, in terms of standard practice when seeking business cases from the state government, is there like a usual percentage contribution expectation when government would partner with local government around the funding of business cases? Would state government usually fund them themselves? Just because obviously, there's no number there, but the speculation that's also additional spending were the advocacy to be successful.
CEO.
Through you, Mayor, I don't think there's any set rule. It will depend sometimes on the fund or on the purpose, but generally speaking, depending on who's really wanting to propose it. So we've done things in the past where we've looked at going 50-50. Sometimes the state has taken it all on board. Sometimes in terms of the Palais Theatre renewal, we did it ourselves because we used it as a key point for advocacy to get the state government across the line with its funding contribution. So it just depends on the circumstance.
Thank you. Councillor Pearl, do you have a question?
Thanks very much. I'm wondering if officers can provide an update on this mythical money in terms of business case for the Triangle site that was referenced in one of the Martin Foley's letter to one of the community groups, Unchained, several years ago, and whether or not that money was ever tracked down or a commitment provided for a business case on the Triangle site.
Brian T.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Initially, after the commitment was made, there were discussions with Mr Foley, and he indicated at that stage that the money would be available. Subsequently, that was a number of terms of government ago, and of course subsequently we've got a new local MP in that role, and we're still following up there whether that funding is available, but my understanding is there is no budget commitment, and I'm uncertain as to if that commitment still applies, but that hasn't been confirmed.
And how much was Mr Foley's commitment?
Through you, Mayor.
Was it $200,000?
My recollection was it was 250, but I'd need to confirm that. That's just my recollection. I don't have the.
No, that's very useful information.
Thank you. Any further questions? Otherwise, we have a mover and a seconder already, so I'll go to Councillor Bond to speak to the item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The reason I'm putting up this alt recommendation is because I know there's a lot of frustration from councillors that we keep throwing more and more money at this particular project. So I believe we're at the point now where it's time to start having discussions with interested parties, and that includes the Victorian Government, as to what level of interest they have in pursuing something on this site. and also with a number of parties that have contacted us since the media went out and our proposal went out, who have said, hey, we'd love to be involved in this. So rather than just sit here and say, yes, we have interest, what we're hoping to do here is go back to those people and formalise their interest a little bit more than it currently is, and also ask the question, is there anyone else who hasn't contacted us to come and speak to us and say, well, what is your level of interest here? Because if we get to conversations with both of those parties and if there is no interest from, or no serious interest from the market or serious interest from the state government, well, we can say we've tried here and we can stop spending money on this site. I think we've got a fairly good proposal. We know there is market demand for it. We know there is support within not just the local community but the wider community for this particular proposal. A lot of people are quite excited about this potential for a stand-up music venue on the Triangle site, knowing that there are still some concerns that we need to deal with, and we can deal with them once we have a firmer proposal. So what this is about is saying, hey, let's get serious. Let's go and ask some questions instead of spending more money on more reports. Instead of allocating funding to a business case that there may be no interest from the state government in pursuing. Instead of going out and doing, I know there were recommendations in some of the options for cultural heritage reviews, gender equity studies, traffic and parking studies, view line studies. Some of those studies have already been done. Some of those studies will date very quickly. So if we do them now, we're then going to have to redo them at some point in time in the future once we have a firm proposal, once we have firm interest. So what I'm trying to do now is, all right, let's establish that firm proposal, establish that firm interest from both the market and from the state government before we decide what the next steps will be, because otherwise we're spending money, as we've done for the last 20 years, on reports and on proposals and on studies and on all sorts of consultants here without establishing there is interest in building this. And I think that's where very many previous proposals have not materialised. We know we've got a good idea here. We know it's achievable. It's now time to probably get to the blunt end and say, or sharp end and say, is there interest out there? And that's what this do. The funding allocation gives our officers the ability to go up to $110,000 and use bring in the necessary commercial experience and advice to pursue the next steps here with some of the people who have expressed interest with us in looking at something here. They're often skills, or probably skills, that we don't have in-house, which is why we need to go outside of the organisation to get those, because it is quite specific and quite unique to this particular market. So I'm happy to look at that. And then, as I said, if we ask these questions and we don't get answers, well, we can at least say, look, we've explored this, and that ends our journey on the St Kilda Triangle. We look at turning, as Robbie would like to do, turning into the world's greatest car park with beautiful trees and things like that. And there's other things we could do down there now. But at least we know we've given it a go, and this is probably the last step. And if it doesn't come off, well, that's it. We've tried, and we can park it and say, look, now's not the right time, as hasn't been the right time over the previous few years, but I still genuinely believe we've given ourselves every opportunity of delivering something here with the approach we've taken here, with the proposal we've taken here. We've said no to all the grandiose ideas and thought bubbles that various people and groups have come up with over the years for this site that are just, quite frankly, really expensive and will never ever going to be able to be materialised. We have something that is quite realistic. It's potentially possible. We know there are people out there interested in having conversations with us, so we're going to pursue that. And we know that there's interest from the state government, but we know there's also financial constraints in the state government at the moment. Their next budget's probably not going to be a great time, but we certainly need to have the discussion with them and see where they're at. And I think these are important steps before we go and spend any more money on the site other than what's in the report there tonight. So I'll leave it at that and urge my fellow councillors to support this and we can look back and say, well, at least we tried, or we will get some serious interest here and we know we can progress this with confidence. So that's the position I'm trying to get us to.
Thank you. Councillor Pearl.
Thanks very much. Councillors, urge you to support this motion here this evening. One of the first things I recall doing in council briefings was to ensure that we started the process of shutting down the work on the St Kilda Triangle, and at the time, if I recall, there were 5 full-time FTEs just dedicated to this site and the planning requirements for the site. And the city had wasted an enormous amount of money up to that point on this site, and my view was that we needed a time to repair and renew and rejuvenate. There's now no longer any councillors on the City of Port Phillip that were involved in the original decisions, the rather disastrous decisions of the past. The state and federal members of parliament have moved on. Most of the bureaucrats within the state government have moved on. It's now time to bring this... I'll use a different adjective that I was going to use then. Bring this beautiful site to its full potential. For over a decade, the St Kilda Triangle has been trapped in political limbo. It's been bleeding taxpayers' money with no progress in sight. This prime foreshore land has been nothing but a car park since the failed 2009 development, and now, councillors, is the time for it to break free from stagnation and breathe new life into this iconic site. The City of Port Phillip has embarked on an ambitious journey, that's true, but it's time to revamp this site into a bustling live music hotspot capable of facilitating the 5,000 people. In the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, Melbourne's status of Australia's arts capital has been waived, I think, to other capital cities, and we've lost that. And frankly, our city, if you compare it to Sydney, Brisbane, or God forbid Adelaide, has lost its mojo, it's lost its confidence, and it's certainly not the happy place it was many, many years ago. And to reclaim our city's artistic vibrancy, we urgently need top entertainment venues that will attract global artists and foster an emerging talent pool in Melbourne and across Australia. And the construction of this music venue, or a music venue like this on this site, is pivotal to Melbourne's live music revival and also the economic future of our city and also St Kilda. So I call upon the state government to work with the city to help reshape the triangle. The government has already committed $250,000 to the business case for this site, and it's time to get it moving. The government should honour the commitment that one of the most senior ministers of the Crown made at the time for $250,000 for a business case. They should come to the party and honour that existing commitment. And at the forefront of our advocacy efforts should be exactly that commitment. The Labor state government has already committed $250,000 for the purpose of exactly this. It's a good thing that we haven't forced them to stump up with that cash to this point, because now we have a very specific proposal that they can provide a business case for, as opposed to a range of proposals. So, councillors, let's support this motion here this evening and start getting this project moving.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak to the item? Councillor Nyaguy.
I'd like to move an amendment.
All right. Can you tell us your amendment, please?
Just pull it up 1 second. Oh, sorry. My amendment would add a, the numbering's 3 point, what are we already up to? Oh, yeah, there. So it adds 2 extra lines. Request officers, that should probably be capitalised, investigate greening opportunities in the St Kilda Triangle using the existing greening Port Phillip budget, and 3.10, consider a project to progress the upgrade of the pedestrian crossing between the St Kilda Triangle car park and the foreshore as part of the 2024-2025 budget process.
Thank you. Would anybody like to second that? Second. Actually, sorry, you can't just because of the order of things. Thank you. Councillor Martin. Councillor Nyaguy. Are there any questions? Just real quick, clarifying question. Councillor Clark.
So are you proposing that this becomes part of the design, or in the interim while nothing is actually being done?
You're welcome to answer it.
In terms of the greening, it's envisaged that would be opportunities around the perimeter of the site, so it wouldn't impede future development. But using the existing budget, there are definitely opportunities to do some greening. In relation to 3.10, it's basically progressing One of the elements of this proposal that's had, I think, pretty significant support from the councillor group and others, and begins the process of looking at potentially improving the public realm as part of a budget process, rather than just the kind of planning and hypotheticals of the other parts of the proposal.
I'm going to ask a clarifying question. If the pedestrian crossing is across a road that's not ours, it would be that funding process would be our aspects, but it would also be an advocacy position requesting that it's done by somebody else, correct?
Potentially. From my understanding, as we're currently in the process of considering an upgrade to the crossing in front of Luna Park, I assume it'll go through a similar process to that where we potentially would contribute. We obviously would probably speak to the state government. Might let the CEO answer further.
CEO?
Through you, Mayor, we can certainly try. I think if we're proposing to make a big change, then, like we are around the other crossing, then generally we'd be paying for it, but we can certainly try to advocate for funds and contribution towards it.
Thank you all. All right, any further questions on the amendment? Councillor Sirikoff?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, given that we don't know if the project's going to go ahead, and given that we've got other projects also happening at the moment with Luna Park and the Palais Forecourt, all those projects going on, I don't know how, for instance, those areas might need to be accessed or storage of equipment, say in the surrounding areas behind the Palais. That would any, if you were to be planning up more greenery around that area, will any of that be impacted with any developments? Whether we're going to be doing developments here or there, and given that we will be doing developments, where do we, store all of the equipment? And I'm just wondering if there's going to end up being a mess.
Thank you.
Too many things going on at the one time, and possibly destroying work that's already done.
Thank you. Is that CEO?
Yeah, through you, Mayor. I think the greening aspects could be done relatively with low levels of disruption, depending on what we plan to do. I think there'd need to be more thought and working through it. In terms of, there would be a lot of work that would need to go into a future design around pedestrian crossings, and we'd certainly be thinking about the implications deeply around how we have site preparation for that and how we manage the works and manage impacts on traders. I think, as I understand it from Councillor Nyaguy's proposal, he's asking us to look at that as part of the budget process for next year.
Councillor Clark, you have a question on the amendment?
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. I'd like to understand if we started the project or planning or consideration around the pedestrian crossing ahead of the design, is there a risk, given that this hasn't even been designed in detail, it's at concept level, we don't know any of the detail, to then start commencing a design on a pedestrian crossing? I would have thought there's a risk that we could end up with rework or spending money that might end up being changed. I just want to ask council officers if that is a risk around commencing this ahead of a detailed design being finalised.
Joanne McNeill?
Through you, Mayor. Yes, there is a risk. There's a current concept that's that's testing the idea of a layout, which is what we've come up with in this stage of the project. If we were to progress with that assumption of where the layout of the pedestrian crossing is and things were to change with a future iteration, then of course that would cause rework.
Thank you, Councillor.
Also, just to clarify, as part of this process and the consideration of this particular location of pedestrian crossing, it's kind of been taken into account based on the fact that that's the alignment on the foreshore side of the road. And so decisions have already been made by previous councils around the alignment of this area. So this pedestrian crossing has kind of already been envisaged in the sense that there's already a massive paved area going toward Jacob Boulevard on this location on the foreshore side.
Thank you. Any further questions, Councillor Sirikoff?
Was it sometime last year, I'm just trying. I can't remember how. It was 6 or 9 months ago. Weren't we already looking at a relocation of a pedestrian crossing from the car park across to the foreshore? Is this the same one, or is this
scramble crossing?
I thought we were already looking at a pedestrian crossing.
Yes.
Is this the same one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just didn't pick that up. That
Lachlan Johnson, can I response?
Through you, Mayor.
I'm wondering at the point of this then.
Councillor Sirikov, I think you're referring to the project to upgrade the bicycle, the promenade between Donovan's down to the down towards the pier. So, as part of that work, councillors were briefed on some options around potential changes to the pedestrian crossing at that intersection there between Cavell Street and Jacker Boulevard. Yep. I think that's what you're referring to.
Correct.
Yep.
So, can you maybe help me understand what's the point of this then?
Okay.
I know that, but I'm just wondering if we're already doing it.
Yeah, sorry, we're getting a clarifying question from the CEO.
Sorry, councillors, I'm not deeply involved in this project, as you know, and I just think for the record, for the clarity for officers, Councillor Nyaguy, whereabouts are you proposing, and maybe Joe McNeil understands what you're talking about, but just so that we are all clear.
Sure. So this pedestrian crossing is basically, as proposed in the planning work that we've done thus far, it's consolidating two pedestrian crossings, one further toward the vaults, which kind of goes into the kiosk, and then obviously the one that is existing that goes from the car park into the kind of
Rotary Park.
The Rotary Park, and instead relocates a centralised wider crossing in that the paved promenade area as it kind of comes up to the up to Jacker Boulevard between the grassed areas and the Rotary Park.
Sorry, I can't actually have interruptions from the gallery at the moment.
Sorry, I'm describing it. It's in the maps in the document, so I'm trying to describe it. But ultimately, this is not a new thing. We've already. It's there. There are documents that have where this crossing would be and its width and its sort of rationale.
Okay, thank you. All right, this is an amendment that we're now speaking to. So, Councillor Nyaguy, you can speak to the amendment.
Thank you. So we've had this site now for over 20 years, and we've done really nothing significant in terms of improving the public realm. When people talk to me about their dislike of it, a lot of it is not simply just the fact that it's a car park, it's that it's a very ugly car park that is uneven, poorly maintained, not in the sense that we don't clean it. We do, council staff do all the things they need to do, but it's been sort of slapped together over time. I don't want to preclude future development. I think there's opportunities around greening around the perimeters of the site. I think that's something that's probably overdue. I think also one of the simpler and parts of this process has been the pedestrian crossing idea. It sits outside the envelope of the site. I think that it's something that we could look at progressing in the meantime. I'm not proposing we spend any money tonight. I think it's something we can talk about another time as part of the budget process, and councillors can have a more thorough conversation about its merits then.
Thank you, Councillor Martin.
There's an old saying, familiarity breeds contempt, and I think I'm a victim of that because I've spent many years wandering around that area and I never realised how grotty it was. And Christina Kinster, I think, is still with us here tonight, took me down there a couple of years ago when we were looking at what could potentially be done before Councillor Bond came up with the latest project that we've been talking about. And since then I've been taking a far more active interest in what is one of the bleakest parts of the city of Port Phillip, what is one of the bleakest parts of the city of Melbourne. And while we'd all be really, really hopeful that the project that we've been working on for the last 12 to 18 months comes to fruition, if it doesn't, we need at least to do something to improve the visuals of that area there. And what Councillor Nyaguy is asking for is firstly that we do some tree planting that's not going to interfere with works that would be proceeding if and when this project comes to fruition, but would be around the outskirts. We'll just add some greenery to improve the look. And secondly, to consider, and only to consider, whether or not the proposed pedestrian crossing would go into the budget process. It may not even get to the budget process. It may get to the budget process and drop out. So we're not committing ourselves to a very large expense, but we are recognising that this is one of the most barren places you can come across in the whole of Melbourne, and that as a council I think we have a duty to not just our local ratepayers and local residents, but anyone who visits St Kilda to make the area a little bit more attractive. So by doing this, if there's a delay in getting the whole project off the ground, or if for some reason it doesn't get off the ground, at least we've done something to improve the visuals and make the amenity of that area a little bit better. And I thank Councillor Nyaguy for bringing his amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Pearl.
Thanks very much. We were just wondering if under section 33 we could separate the two sections to vote on them separately if possible. The reason I suggest that is I don't have a particular issue with either of these, but here's my two concerns. The first one I think is reasonably adjacent to the motion itself and can be incorporated reasonably to the motion with the existing budget, etc. However, I would say even that I'd caution councillors, if you're supporting 3.9, you are potentially diverting away resources under a program which is already behind. There's trees under that program that should have been planted in the last 2 planting seasons in Canterbury Road and Farrar Street that still haven't been planted. More than 20 empty planter boxes sit there. Let alone, let's not talk about new infrastructure. Let's just talk about the maintenance program we already have in place under that program is behind. So if we're going to divert more resources back into St Kilda again, I'd caution. I'd want to know what happens in terms of other areas of the municipality that are already well behind under that same program. But I think, generally speaking, I'd support 3.9. 3.10 is a completely different program. And when we were looking at installing signalised light intersections at a basic intersection in Port Melbourne 2 or 3 years ago, the total cost at a simple intersection was about $430,000. So what we're talking about here in terms of consolidating 2 intersections into one on one of our city's busiest roads is a substantial project in itself, perhaps something we should look at. But I don't see the adjacency of 3.1 with the motion that we're considering here tonight for the Triangle site with a live music venue, albeit it's adjacent to the site, and I understand that there will be access considerations to the site, but it definitely warrants some council time and some council consideration. But I just don't see that this should be incorporated into this motion. We want council officers to fulfil the potential of this motion, not start doing what is probably one of our bigger traffic studies and traffic projects of work that this council would have undertaken if we do pass 3.1, albeit it's just a very small infancy stage. But I know how these things start in my time on council, and next thing you'll know, we'll have a 30-person working group working on 3.10 by itself. So I'd request the chair to perhaps vote on these separately. I'll happy to support 3.9, but I won't be supporting 3.10.
Sure, I'm happy to do that separate vote. All right, anybody else speaking to the amendment? Councillor Bond?
I'm happy to support both. I know there is no commitment of funding up here, which will please many, but it is certainly looking at 2 ideas that in isolation are quite good, and there may not be any opportunities for any greening on the St Kilda Triangle, but there may be some easy wins there that we can look at and certainly improve that, and the only way to know is to have a bit of a look at it. With 3.10, I will be supporting that because it's always been envisaged when the foreshore was redeveloped, not as part of the triangle, but as part of the foreshore redevelopment in around 2000, when they built that entrance at Jacker Boulevard between South Beach and the Rotary Park, and they've planted the Norfolk Island pines and the showers and things, that was going to be the entrance and exit to St Kilda Beach, and it would meet up with a pedestrian crossing that went across the road. That body of work got lost 2005 or somewhere there when everyone said, well, let's incorporate it into something on the triangle. And as a result, just like the rest of the triangle, nothing happened. For clarity, what that project would involve is the removal of 2 lots of pedestrian lights that we have either side that go from nowhere to nowhere. Why they're in those locations, it may have been prior to all the works that was done down there. Those pedestrian crossings may have made sense, but once the works were completed, they no longer go from anywhere to anywhere. So it's time to look at joining up that entrance to the beach with a proper pedestrian crossing across Jacker Boulevards. I think you'd probably get Vic Road support because you're taking out 2 lots of lights and replacing them with 1 lot of lights or something else, which would speed up traffic on the foreshore, which I'm sure Vic Roads will be all over and in favour of. So, we're not committing any money here. We're actually having a look at it. And it'd be great to know what this actually costs, because we've always said, we'll throw this in as part of the triangle, but no one's ever said, hey, it's going to cost X amount, and to Marcus's point, what exactly it involves, this would probably answer that before we get to make another decision at some point in time in the future as to whether or not we proceed this. So I certainly think it'd be good to have a look at it, good to know more about it, and good to know what it costs. And eventually, it would be a very good outcome for that area down there where we do put the pedestrian crossing at the entrance to the beach. We're doing a bit of work in front of the Palais and in front of Luna Park to try and improve the pedestrianisation there, and we just have this little link between the two, and we'd finally go some of the way towards having our entrance to St Kilda Beach that would be completed as part of the triangle should something ever go ahead there. So happy to support these two.
Thank you. I'll add, although there's merits to it, and I appreciate what people have said already, the beach side is set. That's where the location would be, but that location where it exactly hits on the triangle side, yes, perpendicular is the most efficient, shortest crossing distance, but we're locking ourselves into being that's the way without a regret spend. It may actually be that you have a V shape where you have two locations that then cross once to the one location in the back. So until this project matures a little bit more from a concept, I think that we can hold off a little bit. Although there are two crossings, there are two crossings. That's fantastic. We still have access at the moment. And yes, there is merit in the fact that it would possibly speed up traffic, maybe, without doubling up. But let's cross that bridge later, or that pedestrian crossing later. And but I think that the trees do have merit right now. That seems to be easy to do. Anybody else speaking to the amendment?
So thanks, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, Councillor Clark, yes.
Sorry. I don't have a opposition to necessarily the greening of it, but I know we've talked about this at length, and this project, and I do have concerns that we're potentially putting greenery around a car park, so it's not really going to make a massive difference, although, I'm sure it could improve it. But there are plenty of other projects that have been clamouring for greening and this money. So I do have concerns about making, I guess, picking out projects without considering the whole of the project and what impact this might have on other more deserving or projects that have been in the wings waiting for a long time, such as what Councillor Pearl raised. So I'm not really supportive of the process in going around this. And I won't be supporting the crossing. I think council officers have already outlined there's potential regret costs if we were to start making decisions about that now. I suspect it is a lot bigger project than potentially, as Councillor Pearl said, and I think that should be considered as part of the whole project when we know what the design looks like. So, yeah, that's my position on those. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to close, Councillor Nyaguy, on the amendment part?
Wouldn't normally, but I feel quite strongly about this. If we go away with anything tonight and it's just this, I'll be satisfied in that I can, and I will say to the community, the only improvements and the only things that we've done on this site in the last 20 years were pushed by me, and I'm proud of that. In terms of the trees, we hear again and again from the Urban Forest Strategy team that it's really difficult to increase canopy cover. I don't think our officers are looking at this side at the moment because we always kind of sort of emphasise we don't want to preclude future development. So I think there are some really low-hanging, easy opportunities to do a bit of greening and increase canopy cover, not about cutting the queue, but about meeting our targets that we're kind of taking off the table at the moment by saying don't look at the triangle. And so all I'm saying is let's put it in the mix. And in terms of the crossing, I think one of the worst things about St Kilda, I mean, many people have many different bugbears, despite how much we all love it. There's no easy way to get from the kind of core retail areas to the foreshore. We've fixed the kind of connections on the end of Fitzroy Street, but there's still a random flight of stairs and no paved sort of connection down toward the beach. And then the two main ones from this area and from Shakespeare Grove have people who've come to St Kilda from across the world walking through car parks to get to the beach. It's kind of embarrassing. This is this current situation, and if we can sort of start moving in the way of solving that problem and finally have some appropriate connections, I think we'll have done some good work. And we're not spending any money tonight, guys. We're just looking at putting it in the budget.
Thank you. All right. That is now the time we'll vote on the amendment. So I've already had the request to take it in parts, so we'll do two votes. The first one will be 3.9. Request officers investigate greening opportunities for the St Kilda Triangle using the existing greening Port Phillip budget. All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you. All right, now we go to 3.10. This is the crossing. So consider a project to progress the upgrade of the pedestrian crossing between the St Kilda Triangle car park and the foreshore as part of the 2024 to 25 budget process. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those against? That is carried. All right. So now both have been carried, so they're going to become part of the substantive, which we have already had Councillor Bond and Councillor Pearl speak to. So who would like to speak to it next? Councillor Nyaguy?
What to say on this site? It's really the triangle of sadness. It's a triangle of hubris. It's a triangle of delusion. It's like a siren. It sort of sucks you in. You get very excited about all the possibilities, but the costs are eye-watering. The costs in front of us tonight are eye-watering, as they have been for the entire 20 years we've been trying to develop this site. When I came onto council, I kind of was of the view that I should, certainly in the first little while, not try to upset the apple cart too much and to respect existing processes. This had been a decision that was made before I'd been elected, and so when I kind of came into the middle of this existing process, I felt that in the first instance I should be generous. I also felt, and credit where credit's due, that this was, as I said, when we put it out to consultation, probably the best attempt, the best ability project to actually get its legs and stand. It takes out all the complicated bits and simplifies it down to something that could potentially come to pass. I guess when I look at the reports that officers have provided, and I can't say too much about the confidential parts, but in terms of the publicly available parts and my assessment of the whole, I don't think that we should proceed with this project. And I hope that after the 20 years of hubris and spending, well north of at least $10 million, if not 20. We've spent a lot of money on this in various ways and guises, despite having done nothing on the actual site. We stop, and we stop doing this big project approach, the big box, the big thing. I think we all want to be the one that says, oh, I helped build the sort of Sydney Opera House of St Kilda. We all get very seduced by it, we get excited about it, but even with this proposal, as simplified as it is, the same problems that we had with SITA, the same problems we had in 2012 and 2016 remain. We have a very large car park on the foreshore. The cost of putting it underground is very expensive. The cost of building a building on top of it is very expensive. Maybe that can all line up, maybe, but I think ultimately at a certain point we have to say no more. We're not going to keep doing reports. We're not going to keep spending money on this site in the hope that we'll eventually get a big box over the line and look at simpler and more practical ways of improving this site and potentially other uses. I'm a bit sad about it ultimately. Like if this proposal came and just plonked itself on the site tomorrow, I'd be really excited about it. I'd look forward to going to shows there. But I have to look at it soberly. And I have to be accountable for the fact that I have been part of 140 of the many, many millions that has been spent on this site on planning and thinking and navel-gazing that's ultimately led, I think, to a dead end. So I hope that this will be the end of that. As someone who's kind of grown up with this triangle project going on and on, I hope that the generation that I'm in and the generation after me can find a way to make this site work. And it's kind of disappointing, we've got generation after generation of councillors. I often say to people that it's kind of the weirdest love triangle in a way. We've had kind of three people who are sort of particularly associated with various iterations of the sort of three main proposals. None of them are very generous about each other's proposals, I would say, which often amuses me. But ultimately, they've all looked at it different ways. The sort of generation of Councillor Gross, and then the generation of Councillor Thorman, and then now the generation of Councillor Bond, and we've all, in the end, came to the same problem. So we'll be voting against this. If it passes, and if by some miracle we can get some legs at a state level, that'd be great. And I do thank the officers for their time. These are certainly one of the most difficult sites. I know it's a sort of emotionally difficult site when we engage in it. But I think this is the point at which we need to hop off this particular dead horse, acknowledge that it doesn't have a pulse, acknowledge that we can kind of keep rebadging Chadstone by the Sea, we can keep rebadging the big box, we can reshape it and muddle it around and do all the things we want to do, but we will ultimately come back, I think, to this same place where we've spent a bunch of money, a significant amount of money, and the site remains an ugly car park. So as a result of all of that, I will, with some disappointment, be voting against this and will, I think, continue to vote against these kind of proposals because ultimately I think our ratepayers deserve better and we as councils need to stop getting sucked in by the siren of this particular site.
Thank you. Who would like to speak to the item next? Councillor Martin.
I have much sympathy with everything that Councillor Nyaguy said. I'm going to come to a different conclusion at the end of what I'm going to say, but 90% of what he says makes sense. I've been involved in this project a little bit longer as a councillor, and I've lived through the various iterations of the proposals as a local resident and have become more and more frustrated. And I mentioned earlier when I spoke to the amendment that I think some of us have just become immune to what we see there and the black expanse of cracked asphalt and the weeds and everything else there. I'm not sure that this project has got all the legs that we'd like it to have, but I think we're closer to getting an outcome than we've ever been. And I'm sorry, Councillor Bond, I'm not sure. I think we're as close as you might hope we are, but I believe that we still have some legs, and if we don't have one more crack at this, and I note that we're not voting on the officer's rec, we've come up with a much more practical approach. I think this is probably our one last chance, and if in 12 months' time this came back, I'd probably be sounding very much like Councillor Nyaguy. I'm not quite ready to go down that path yet. I'm not, I hope that we can find a partner. I'm hoping that the state government will come to the party. I'm hoping that there might be an independent developer out there, so it can be some sort of PPP partnership that we can get something off the ground to improve that site. And this iteration is the best that I've seen. If I didn't support this one last attempt, I'd probably die, and I'm going to die a bit before some of the rest of you. I'll probably die wondering why didn't we have a go. On the other hand, I'm a realist, and if in 12 months' time this comes back to the chamber and we haven't got any progress, at least, Councillor Nyaguy, we were able to point to your trees and hopefully your traffic lights so that this council has achieved something, and that will at least bring a half smile to my face. So I'm going to be supporting this, but I can't see myself supporting any other iterations after this if we're unable to make a go at it. Let's hope we're successful.
Thank you. Anybody else speaking to the item? If not, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? That's carried.
Division?
All right. All those in favour? Councillor Bond, Councillor Sierrakoff, Councillor Pearl, Councillor Consolo, Councillor Martin, Councillor Baxter, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Clark. All those against? Councillor Nyaguy. Good? Thank you. Sorry, just catch up on notes. Great. Now we're on to 10.3. This is the Queens Lane Traffic and Parking Review. Do councillors have any questions of the officers in relation to the report? Does anybody require a break before we go? Okay. Councillor Martin?
I'm not sure whether officers can answer this, but were there a variety of other potential outcomes looked at and that probably didn't come forward to being put to council because it was very unlikely that the state government would support them or Vic Road support them? So in other words, did we consider a far wider range of options than are here in this report, but may regretfully have been unable to bring them forward because we didn't think we'd get support from other authorities?
Fiona, are you the person on this one?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, I'll answer that in part and then I'll defer that to the Coordinator of Transport Safety, Tom Mason, to finish it. But the report in itself includes a number of treatments that were tested through that. So that's within the report itself. in the council report and the technical report, but I'll refer to Tom.
Tom, can you hear us online?
And through you, Madam Mayor. So, in addition to what Fiona has just said, officers have only presented the recommendations that came about from the independent traffic study. We haven't come up with our own recommendations outside of that independent study.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Pearl?
Thanks very much. How much notice did we give the residents in the area, or how much time advice did the residents in the area have that this report was coming out tonight? Did we contact any of them before we put it up?
Fiona?
Yeah, through you, Mayor, I might defer to Tom on that one.
Okay. Tom?
Through you, Mayor. So as this was a report as a request of Council made back in December 2021, it was in direct relation to a request of Council. There was no requirement to consult with residents on this, and we did not consult with any members of the public regarding this report coming back to Council.
Thank you. Any further questions? I would like to move an alternative motion. So it is as the officer's recommendation, but it has, I think it's 3.2.4, yep, to review the 40 kilometre an hour signage, and where there are gaps, add additional signage. Anybody want to second that? Councillor Martin. All right, so on this, we heard from a speaker tonight saying there weren't...
Ask questions.
do you have a clarifying question?
Yes.
Yes?
I just wanted to question officers about whether that had been considered as part of the traffic review.
Tom Mason?
Through you, Mayor, is the clarifying questions about the 40 kilometres signage?
I believe so. Yes.
I don't believe the independent traffic study picked up any gaps in the 40 kilometres signage along the length of Queen's Lane, but it's certainly something that Council can undertake as it's written up on.
And the question, Councillor Nyaguy?
In terms of the location of speed signs, is that something that's set out through some kind of road rules set out by the state government, or is it something that Council can kind of take the initiative to? I assume there's like a baseline requirement around where they are located.
Through you, Mayor, that's correct. There's certain guidelines that advise where signage should be placed in regards to speed limit controls.
Thank you. CEO?
Through you, Mayor, but my understanding is it's within Council's ability to make a decision around, it is already a 40 kilometre street. It is within our decision-making power to determine whether we want to put more signage up.
Would, sorry, another question. Would this require additional officer time, or is it something that would require a consultant or traffic studies before putting in signage, or it's something we can just kind of have a look and put some signs?
Through you, Mayor, this could be done as part of business as usual through our normal operational investigations.
Thank you. Any other clarifying questions? Otherwise, I'll start my speech, whatever you want to call it, my address. So we had someone tonight who lives in the area, and in general, I don't think that we were able to change the world with this report. There are some other ideas that were floated when we saw this report, but it would be a whole other attempt at doing it, and it would require a lot of community engagement. And I think we could get there one day, but these small initiatives, let's look at them, see how they go, and given that the person here tonight suggested that there aren't enough signage, that's another opportunity. That's why I'm adding it, based on his comment. So small initiatives to help this area that is very much not treated as a local road, which is challenging for the people who live there who just want to get to and from their house. They're not trying to get to the Westgate Freeway. Councillor Martin, would you like to speak to it?
For those of you who have travelled along Queen's Lane on a regular basis, there's a lot of clutter. And yes, people should know that it's a 40k zone because it's a minor road. But when you're driving along, you're looking at a whole range of other things rather than looking at traffic signs. And the rat runners, as opposed to the locals know the rules, but the rat runners have been known to drive at excessive speeds, and anything that we can do to remind them that there is a speed limit there will increase safety of users and improve traffic flow. So I think it's a very reasonable amendment.
Councillor Bond?
One of the main problems here is the volume of traffic, but there's also another problem, is that there were many apartment developments in this particular location, up and down St Kilda Road and up and down Queen's Road, that were built without loading bays, that were built without visitor parking, that were built without anywhere for the tradies who are calling on those particular apartments to park. So when we sit in planning meetings and we look at our proposals and say, well, this thing must have a loading bay and it must fit a truck of a certain size and it must have somewhere for visitors to park and it must have somewhere for tradies to park and all those sorts of things, it's in order to alleviate worsening the impact on roads like Queen's Lane that has occurred because of decisions that were made 15 or 20 years ago when there were only one or two developments along there and it wasn't probably essential that they all had loading bays and they all had visitor parking and all had somewhere for tradies to go. But over the years, the cumulative effect of those decisions has given us a situation here where there probably isn't a solution. I know we've been looking at this for 10 years. It's probably getting worse and worse. Half the residents say it should be turned into one-way north-south and the other half will say it should be turned into one-way south-north, and depending on where you live as to which way that road should go. And we've never been able to get agreement or majority agreement or overwhelming agreement on what the solution here is. We can sort of skirt around the edges and make little cosmetic changes with signage and stuff like that. But in terms of solving it, there probably isn't a solution here. All we can do is do our bit, and it's important that when we get in a planning meeting and we do insist on those loading bays, that we're doing that in order to help problems like this and stop making problems like this worse. But it probably is what it is. There probably isn't a solution here, or not an obvious one anyway, that we're able to come up with. So it's sort of, hate to say it to the residents, but other than us doing small things, this is probably how life is going to be in these particular areas from now on, because of the decisions that were made 15, 20 years ago, when those decisions should have been made to get cars and trucks and things off the road, and it would have freed up a lot of the blockages. It won't free up the volume of traffic. That won't change, and that will only get worse as more and more buildings are built here. But I feel for the residents here, because there is an obvious solution, but we'll certainly try and do what we can. But in terms of fixing it or solving it, if you're holding out any great hope that anyone's able to do that for you, it's probably not an outcome that would be achievable here.
Thank you. Anybody else speaking to it? Councillor Pearl?
Just to reiterate Councillor Bond's comments about the planning decisions, we sat in this room over many years and said this is going to be a problem, and now I'm being abused by the people that I'm meant to be representing, saying it's a problem. And I'm like, yes, I'm aware of that. I've been saying that for a long time and been trying to fix it, and there's no easy fixes here. We've put a 40-kilometre sign in 2019 on the corner of Queensland and Arthur Street. We've already done that. There's one mid-level on the way down, and we also put two two-way pedestrian signs down there. And let's face it, a speed sign of 40 kilometres is not going to do anything in there. No one can go 40 kilometres in that lane. Like that's not going to do anything. Not to belittle your amendment request at all, Councillor Consultation, but in terms of what the residents are saying there, speed is not a major issue in this area. I might come back to eat those words. When someone gets clocked at over 100 kilometres next week down the laneway, or down the footpath even. But look, it's a dog's breakfast in terms of the laneway. I've sat here for probably the most part of the last 5 years trying to work out solutions to this problem, and I'm coming up with nothing better than what's here, unless there is a substantial amount of money with land acquisition involved to be able to alleviate the issues of traffic congestion in this laneway. I don't think I've contributed to the debate much here, but I'm happy to support this motion here this evening.
Thanks, Councillor Crawford.
Well, this is a precursor of what we're trying to avoid by providing alternate active transport routes. That's the challenge. More people in more cars is only going to exacerbate. So actually, how you change behaviour of people perhaps living along there, or getting them onto public transport or alternate ways of getting to jobs, because I fear that it's only going to get worse, and it is You know, it's not from lack of want from councillors or trying on the part of officers to find solutions, but this is a particularly difficult area. Previous decisions, but also current decisions of people getting all of us at different times rather than doing shared transport. We contribute to the problem at some point in time when someone's turning out of Queen's Lane. So there's something for us to think about. It's actually, the solution is for more of us to take different forms of transport and just not automatically get in our cars. I know it's not what anyone wants to hear, but that's actually the only way to mitigate any of this challenge.
Thank you, Councillor Nyaguy.
I'd echo a lot of what other people have said. I think that there'll be some improvement when the metro station opens. I'm pretty confident there will be. I don't know that it'll be enough to actually make the laneway work in the way we would like, but it's certainly, I think, something that will, it's one of the key drivers for the densification in this particular part of our municipality, and I think it will hopefully, once it's open, also alleviate some of those issues by providing people with, as Councillor Crawford said, some alternative options. But I think ultimately we have to, this is one of those ones where we just have to accept that we've reached the end of the road, similar to the other motion we discussed this night. I think that we often in government get criticised, and out in the community it's very easy to be kind of armchair critic of the kind of work we do. And I know we all love to think that we can find a magic way to fix a problem and that maybe everybody else just didn't look at it right. But this problem, like many of the problems we face in our municipality, ultimately you just kind of get to a point where the road is too narrow and we can't make it wider because there are buildings in the way. And it just is what it is. It's frustrating as hell. And I think the little things that we're doing here are all good, but ultimately I'm very sorry for the residents. I can imagine your frustration. Certainly every time I drive past the end of Queen's Lane on Kingsway, I am dismayed by the traffic, which I'm obviously participating in at that time. But yeah, it's just that's the nature of this beast. Unfortunately, there are no simple solutions.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Otherwise, let's go to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimous. Thank you. All right. Now we're on to 10.4. This is the preliminary submission, Fisherman's Bend Development Contributions Plan and Open Space Uplift Mechanisms, Planning Scheme Amendment GC 224. Now, I just want to remind councillors this was confidential. It's now in this report because they released it, but there may be other things that we've considered that might not be of public nature at the moment. Okay. So, we have the councillors or the officers' recommendation. Are there any questions of the officers in relation to the report? No? Do you have a question? Sorry, Councillor Martin.
I know that some of the groups that I'm representing, for example, the Older Persons Advisory Committee, are very keen to see things, particularly like the Montague Precinct Improvement Plan, so they can see whether or not they can improve the amenity for older people. I'm sure there are other council groups as well. Will those groups, some of our advisory committees, have an opportunity to have some input before council's response, particularly to the Montague Precinct Improvement Plan?
Brian T.
Through you, Mayor, yes, the public consultation process has commenced and will continue through until February next year. We will make sure that that body is directly consulted. So even though the consultation is being conducted by the state government, we will make sure that not only that body but any others that we've got a connection to are engaged as part of that process.
Okay, are there further questions? Okay, who would like to move this? Councillor Pearl and Councillor Martin to second. Councillor Pearl, would you like to speak to it? Okay, Councillor Martin.
I was young when we first heard that this was coming on board, and I'm really pleased that the document has finally surfaced. I know there's certainly a lot of angst with the people in Gateway Ward because they'd love to have some input into what's going on, but until they've seen what the government's plans are, and they're in no position to comment. And as I've mentioned, there are other groups like my own Older Persons Advisory Committee who, again, have been waiting for a very, very long time to see these documents. People will be delighted that they're out there, and I'm sure that certainly all the people at the northern end of the municipality in Gateway Ward will be relishing the opportunity to have their say and provide some advice as to where these two documents should go.
Anybody else speaking to the item? Excuse me, I'll add quickly. There's obviously a huge body of work that's gone into it, so I would like to thank the task force and the Development Board for Fisherman's Bend and all the people past, present and future, councillors, council staff. This has been a lot of work. Behind the scenes, I'm sure, I'm not going to reveal, but there's a lot of work. A lot of discussions back and forth, and how it's landed I'm pretty satisfied with. The submission addresses a lot of it. The transport links still are to be worked out, but we need to have information like this out in the public realm to hear what the community has to say, to keep going into delivering what the vision is. Thank you. Who would like to speak to it next? If not, anybody? We'll go to Councillor Pearl, who's reserved.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Look, the Montague Precinct Implementation Plan and this plan have been languished in bureaucratic limbo for more than 3 years, almost 4 years, which is completely unsatisfactory. During this period, there's several major developments that have been completed and a number that are under construction in this area right now without any comprehensive plan in place to guide them at all, and that's completely unsatisfactory. The current situation necessitates a hurried effort by the government and the Fisherman's Bend Task Force to catch up at a time where our state desperately needs more housing stock. Among the pressing issues of the plan is the absence of any clear governance framework for the area, an ambiguous model for how developer contributions will be invested, and a lack of transparent funding model for the future. Additionally, there's no explicit commitments for addressing transportation or alleviating the traffic congestion issues that are already in place. It's been nearly a decade since the state government cancelled the underground train station for Montague, and there's been no subsequent funding commitments of any substantive nature for the much-needed construction of tram and train infrastructure to the area. Whilst I welcome the final and very delayed release of these documents, strongly encourage our community to thoroughly review them over the Christmas period and get their feedback in as soon as they possibly can. It's for the future of our current community and the future of our future community.
Thank you. Let's take that to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimous. Thank you. All right. Our governance rules allow us to take things on block, so I'd like to propose that 13.1, which is a review of public transparency policy, 13.2, appointment of councillors to committees, 13.3, council expenses monthly reporting October 2023, and 13.4, records of informal meetings of council all be taken on block. Councillors are welcome to ask questions and speak to all of them. It'll be the one go and the one vote. I'm doing this because we've had a lengthy meeting already and we still have more agenda items after this. Do councillors have any questions of the officer in relation to these 4 reports? Councillor Nyaguy?
In relation to the public transparency policy, a number of the items listed, when it says the column around where they are located, it will say unspecified. Could council officers just explain what that means and where we can find these unspecified locations?
Xavier Smith.
Through you, Mayor, that table is consistently being updated as we work with each team across council to ensure that we're giving people access to that information. Where it says unspecified, we'll continue to update that, and the recommendation allows us to do that as required. And often information will change, where we house it will change, so we'll update that accordingly as well.
Thank you, Councillor Nyaguy.
We had an issue earlier in the year where a number of councillors, including myself, were using incorrect governance rules because if you searched governance rules, Port Phillip, the older version came up. Do council officers routinely remove older documents from the website and check that the things listed in the policy, particularly things that are listed as being on the website, are in fact available to the community?
Xavier Smearden.
Through you, Mayor, yes we do. There is an issue with Google where often items can reappear even after they're removed 3 to 6 months later. And I would just add to my previous response as well, that table where we have unspecified, that table was provided by Maddox, and there's no requirement under the Act. It's not specified where it needs to be, so that's why sometimes it says that as well.
Thank you. Further questions on the 4 items? Councillor Baxter.
Sorry, just a quick point of order.
Do we need to vote on whether to take these as en bloc, or is that just a decision made by the chair?
Xavier Smeaton.
Through you, Mayor, under 34.2 of the governance rules, the chair may allow items to be moved and seconded en bloc, which means putting a group of motions together and taking a single vote to pass a group of motions. There's no requirement for a vote on that, similar to separation of motions.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right. Who would like to speak to any of them? Councillor Pearl? Oh, sorry, you're going to move it. Oh, so I'm moving it. No, I think I'm moving it because I put it on block. And you are seconding. Thank you. Obviously, there's a lot of work here, and the reports are clear. Thank you for the officers. We report monthly the appointments of councillors and committees. There's not many changes on those ones. There's a few with the change of the Deputy Mayor example, or new things that have come about, like the Proudly Port Phillip Awards. So mostly we're keeping what we're doing because we only have a few more months left, and we had a big shift when we had our new councillor, Councillor Nyaguy, join. But yes, I'll leave it at that. Councillor Pearl? Anybody else speaking to it? Councillor Baxter?
Yeah, I'd just like to object to moving these en bloc, particularly the review of the public transparency policy that's going to be passed without actually debating it properly. And I think we should review our governance rules so that the chair of the meeting can't unilaterally declare things en bloc.
Anybody else speaking to it? Councillor Nyaguy?
I mean, I think it's within the governance rules, so it is what it is. I certainly would agree, though, with Councillor Baxter. I don't like when we do en bloc. I think on reflection, it's not a very good way to do it. I'm happy to make comments on all four, but I think I'll probably just leave my main comments to the public transparency policy. I want to thank the governance team for the updates. I think having the track changes was also very helpful in trying to review that. I think whenever we're reviewing and updating a policy, it's always the easiest way to understand what we've changed. I know it's a really difficult thing, but I hope not that many in our community will read it, but I think it sort of does demonstrate the lengths we go to be transparent and the sheer volume of information that we make available. And as we've seen tonight, we are the most accessible level of government. I don't know if I've said that before as a councillor, but I've heard many councillors say it in many council meetings over many years, but it is true. We are the closest to the people in the literal sense that they only sit a few feet away from us, and we do, I think, pride ourselves and oblige ourselves through state legislation to share out the way we do things and share what we do and share all the different documents, and I think it's something that we should be very proud of ultimately. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else speaking to the items? You have every opportunity to put this in the debate. Anything you need to say about these items? All right, then we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimous. Thank you. Now we're on to a bigger item of the budget. So this is 13.5, Council Plan and Budget 2024 to 25, Direction and Long-Term Financial Outlook. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers in relation to the report? Councillor Nyaguy?
A couple. I'll just do them together. Firstly, with the approval of the previous item, would council officers now forecast that we're in a deficit this year? Secondly, in the risks table, there's mention of a joint venture with Wesley College in Albert Park. From my understanding, the lease for that site was a 21-year one, which was only recently redone in, I think, 2017. So I'm just going to get some clarity from officers as to what the nature of the risk there is. I would have assumed when we entered into a new 21-year lease that we would have considered the needs of the sort of upgrades to the facilities over that time. My final question was in relation to the infrastructure renewal gap. There seems to be quite a discrepancy, and maybe I've missed something at some point, between the approved budget back in June and this current document. From my read, the document in June talked about a 103% gap, and in this report we're looking at a 186% gap, which would kind of imply that we've almost doubled our capital spend for the year, which I don't think is the case. So I'm not sure if that was an error in the previous report or if it's been counted differently, or anyway, would like some clarity from officers on that one as well.
All right, Peter Liu, are you online? You can answer those multiple questions, please.
through you, Mayor. First questions in regards to budgets, the additional spend. I think Chris has mentioned that in the with everything being equal, yes, that would result in a deficit. At this stage, we're working through the November financials, so I can't provide an updated number, but on face value for October, yes. Second question is around Albert Park. I'm going to have to take that on notice and bring you back a response on that. I'm not clear on what's the question on that. In regards to the gap, infrastructure gap, I want to clarify a question on that. Councillor Nyaguy, are you referring to the infrastructure renewal gap or the other one, which is the replacement? Because there's two ratios for infrastructure that we use. One of them is the bigger one, that is the total capital spend on compared to depreciation, versus one is purely just the renewal and upgrade on depreciation. So I'm not sure whether there's a confusion around.
I mean, I'd be very happy if it was just me reading the document wrong and we're not 83% off. So I might, I'll probably accept that might be your advice. Could you maybe unpack the difference just so that we're clear? In the two different types of gap?
Yeah, so one looks at just purely on the renewal sense, and generally speaking, we try to target around the 120% mark to provide some, factor in some growth, whereas the other one is more the total spend of capital compared to depreciation. That then includes everything new, upgrade, growth, expenditure, and so forth. So generally, those two are very different ratios. One looks at the renewal gap, which is the one infrastructure renewal gap one. That I believe is around 120 odd, 130 odd mark. I can have a quick squeeze to check on that.
Thank you. I think the CEO wants to add in.
Through you, Mayor, I will take that offline with Peter. I think I understand where your question's coming from about a previous report being at a lower rate on the infrastructure renewal gap, and now reporting at 186%. We'll just double check that and come back to you. But Peter's right in terms of his explanation that there are two different measures. But I also understand you're reflecting on a previous report, potentially from June, which had a different ratio, and why is it so different now? And we'll come back to you on that.
Thank you. Were there further questions?
Secondly, I believe Lachlan, through you, Mayor, I believe Lachlan can answer the question around Wesley, the joint venture.
Lachlan Johnson?
Through you, Mayor, I'll actually refer it to Spiros. He can provide an answer.
Councillor Bond really wants to answer this. But Spiros, are you online?
Yes, can you hear me?
Go ahead, Spiros.
Through you, Mayor. So.
Oh, you're a bit quiet. Can you speak into it a little bit more?
Can you hear me now?
No, it's very quiet. Here. Councillor Bond really wants...
It's a joint venture between the powerhouse St Kilda Hockey Club and the Albert Park Tennis Club. The head lease with Albert Park, Parks Victoria, is 51% Wesley, 49% City of Port Phillip. The hockey club and the tennis pay rental into a fund, and that fund accumulates about $50,000 or $60,000 a year. It grows by, and it generally sits between $100,000, about $300,000 or $400,000. That money is used to resurface the hockey pitch and the tennis courts about every 10 years. It was last done in about 2015 and 2016. The reason Wesley is the 51% party is that we can use Wesley's procurement policies and processes to resurface the courts, as opposed to council's procurement policies and processes, which means it happens a lot quicker.
Thank you, Councillor Bond. Councillor Bond. Lachlan Johnson, do you have any clarification? Is that all confirmed?
Through you, Mayor, Councillor Bond is correct. The specific risk relates to that around the asset condition and the cost of replacement, as Councillor Bond has alluded to.
Thank you. Is that the end of your questions, Councillor Nyaguy?
Yeah, I'll take it offline. That's fine.
Okay. Any further questions in relation to this item? No. All right. Looking for someone to move this, or yep, Councillor Pearl, and seconding Councillor Martin. Councillor Pearl, will you speak to it? Okay, Councillor Martin, are you speaking to it?
I was in a reasonably buoyant mood. I went away for the weekend and was enjoying the sunshine interstate, and then I started doing my council reading. I have to find this document. It's not the cheeriest document that I've read amongst our council papers in recent years, and in particular, I note that there's in dot point X of the dot point 3.6 of the officer's recommendation, a potential $100 million cash deficit or rate cap challenge, which is an issue that not just this council but councils for the next 10 years, or possibly councils for the next umpteen years, are going to have to address. And there are a number of reasons for this. Many of them are not really within our control. Our state government, for example, sets a rate cap for councils that doesn't really take into account the inflation rate, and there's a table in the document which talks about, for example, in the current financial year, inflation of, the financial year just completed, inflation in Melbourne is 6.1%. We had a rate cap here of 1.75, leaving a shortfall of 4.3.5%. If that's continued, if inflation is going to continually be significantly larger than where our rates are coming out at, that's going to cause significant issues for future councils in deciding their priorities. And when we're deciding our priorities, I note that the document doesn't include funding for things like aged care reform issues that might develop over the next 12 months as we look at implementing the aged care reforms. We've just looked at a discussion paper about Fisherman's Bend when there are numbers of 500 million and 600 million and 700 million talking about shortfalls and the distance between what's needed to be done and what money the state government's likely to give to council. So if those numbers turn up, we're going to be in diabolical strife. Things that are very dear to my heart, like affordable housing, we don't have those costed into this budget. We haven't costed things like major emergencies for the one in 100-year flood that takes out my house in Elwood and various other places. And if the St Kilda Triangle comes back on the agenda and we can't find a partner willing to put in a whole lot of money, we've heard earlier that there's potentially an enormous amount of money there as well. So very, very depressing reading. Great to see that councils, officers are coming up with some suggestions about how we might address this. And they include operating efficiency targets of 1% each year. And for those of you who understand exponential growth or exponential, what's the opposite of growth? Decline. If one is continually coming up with efficiency savings of 1% a year, I'm not sure where one would end up in 100 years, but one would end up with an extraordinarily small budget. It's too late at night for me to do those calculations. So, yes, that's great for a one-off, great for a two-off, but I'm not sure it's sustainable for 10 years. We're going to have to look very, very closely at what our priorities are, and that's going to cause a lot of angst for councillors. I know that there are certainly things that are dear to my heart that I may not be able to get through the budget process simply because the funds aren't there. We're going to need to look at the major portfolio things. St Kilda Triangle is a perfect example of what we might like to do and then what we can afford to fund. The waste charge, where are we going to end up with there? And yes, the challenge is to try and keep our waste charge at or below the rate cap. Let's hope we can. Luckily, we've got officers working on it, and so on and so on, and on it goes. And in the middle of all this, we're going to be taking a decision next year as to what we do when we set our rates for next year. We're not doing that tonight. We are saying tonight that we're not going to ask the government if we can go above the rate cap. And I'm sure that there'll be a huge sigh of relief for the majority of our ratepayers when that information filters out. On the other hand, though, if we're under all these other financial pressures and we do consider looking at a increase in rates that's below the rate cap, that's going to have enormous implications for our priorities. So there's going to be some major discussions and some major soul searching in both February and March for councillors, and for May and June as our draft budgets go and our proposed rates go to the public. So very, very, very scary information. I thank our officers, Peter Liu and his team, for bringing all this attention to us. Highlights the major, major challenges that we face as a council. As I say, I found this a very, very disturbing document, and we're moving to accept it tonight, but we're not solving the problems that it's throwing up to us. It's just alerting us that we've got some big decisions to make in the coming months.
Thank you. Who else would like to speak to the item? Councillor Nyaguy?
Port Phillip is potentially in a forecast deficit, and with great irony, it's the triangle that was the straw that tipped us over. So I think we can all, well, everybody else can have a think about that tonight as you're lying in bed. There's a lot of financial challenges for us here as a council, and a lot of people want us to cut rates, and a lot of people want us to keep delivering all the same services. And this report, as they do every single time, illustrates that we are really squeezed. This is probably even more squeezed than we most recently were, but we are very, very squeezed. There was one particular part of the report that I thought really stuck out to me. It's 2.6.2, not in the motion, it's in the report itself. And it said, in 2023-2024, Council also endorsed a rate increase of 2.8%, which was 0.7% below the annual rates in recognition of the cost of living pressures that the community are facing. This was funded through the 2023-2024 surplus due to the significant improvement in parking income, investment income and council reserves. These temporary financial improvements have ceased. And I chuckled with sort of a sadness as I read that statement, because I thought this is another one of those I told you so moments where we all said it's fine, we can reduce below the rate cap and it won't have an impact, and all these good times, normal and fine, and it will continue, and it hasn't. And that really troubles me. But I think it just also crystallises in my mind that we need to be honest with the community, and anyone who's saying that we need to cut rates or go below the rate cap needs to be honest that that is a decision to actively reduce the capacity of the organisation to deliver the service it's currently delivering. And I think to do that without identifying savings, without suggesting things to be cut, is unfair, I'll say politely, to the community, and disingenuous. And I think it's really important that whenever we look at taking money out, that we also look at cutting services or dephasing capital projects or something else. We are squeezed. We're very squeezed. And I don't like waving through the rate cap at its level every year simply because I like taking ratepayers' money. I do it because I read these reports and I understand the services that we deliver, and I understand that if we're going to take money out, we need to find a way to either fund it some other way, and we've done a lot of that since the rate capping was introduced. There's no easy solution. And it ultimately means we need to stop doing the stuff that the community tell us again and again and again they want us to continue doing. So I hope everyone, when they read this report, reflects on that, and that we try to have a more honest conversation with the community about the challenge in front of us.
Thank you. Who would like to speak to it now? No, if not, Councillor Pearl, you've reserved.
Thanks very much. Councillor Martin, the answer to your question is 36.6%. If we reduce our spending by 1% for 100 years, we'll reduce our total spending by 36%, which would be a wonderful target, and that's something we should definitely aim for. You're right in saying that we're in a squeeze situation, but it's not all as bad as you think it is. When I first joined council, we had a structural deficit of $42 million out to 2020. From 2016, we ended up in structural surplus of $3.5 million over that 6 years. So it's very difficult to predict anything out 10 years, 5 years or 2 years. And it's well within our control that we can bring that deficit situation of $100 million in control. And in my experience, it's nothing to be panicked about. The facts of your friends in every 10-year update, the variances since we first started producing them in 2016 have have been vast. And yes, it is right that we've tipped over the deficit, but I have every confidence that the ALP endorsed councillors, particularly Councillor Nyaguy, will go and get our $250,000 for the triangle work so we can get it pushed back into the surplus position. And our budget position is very, very sound, and you should be very proud of that, because that's something which we've all done together and that you can all be very, very proud of. Thank gosh we're not in any debt. If we were in debt and we'd taken the advice of people in some community groups of the past and laden our balance sheet up with debt, we would be in an extraordinarily difficult position, in that we'd have an uncontrollable cost base moving much, much higher than even our capped ability to raise rates. And so that financial discipline is being rewarded at the moment. Yes, we're going to have to make very difficult decisions going forward, and we'll all have to work together to make sure that we make those, because we can no longer avoid them. We work in a reality where inflation, drastic inflation that's putting so much pressure on household budgets, are also putting pressure on government budgets. It's ironic that the state government isn't putting anywhere near these controls on their spending, or the federal government, and ironically their projects are causing the vast majority of the inflation that we're now being subject to. We can't do anything about that. What we can do is work together to solve the problem, and that's what we need to do. Not complain about the problem, work out what we're going to do to turn that future budget from red to black. We've done it before. We've done it every single year I've been on council, under much more difficult circumstances than what we're facing now.
Thank you. All right, ready for the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimous. Thank you very much. It has been 2.5 hours since our last break, so I will take a comfort break until 11 o'clock. So that's 6 minutes. All right, we're on to item 14, which is notice of motions. Councillors, we have one notice of motion tonight. That's item 14.1, a motion raised by Councillor Nyaguy in relation to Parklets review. Thank you. Councillor Nyaguy, would you like to move this notice of motion? Great. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Martin? All right. Councillor, questions? Any questions can be referred to Councillor Nyaguy or officers. Does anybody have questions of the item? Sorry. Councillor Martin's got any
Either
questions?
officers or Councillor Nyaguy. So will there be any cost to this review, or will it be business as usual?
Business as usual.
Sorry. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. So asking questions right now. Further questions? Councillor Clark?
Could I seek some clarification on how officers are meant to review patron and venue demand?
Yep.
How would they know that?
Do we have all the officers in the room that need to be here? Oh, Mark J., you might be online. Are you able to answer that?
Yes, good evening, councillors. And the question was around how would officers be collecting this data?
Yes.
So ultimately we'd need to collect this data across daytimes, evenings and weekends. A cost-neutral option would be for each permit holder to submit their own patron counts to officers. Officers could then carry out occasional visits to verify the accuracy of these counts. So that would be the most cost-neutral option. We do have an alternative whereby officers could undertake these counts, and outside regular work hours, then there would be a slight cost to that option.
Another question, Councillor Clark?
Yeah, thank you. So given this motion is silent on how to go about it, are officers then planning to take the cost-neutral approach, or what sort of guidance would officers need in regards to that?
Mark J.
Through you, Mayor, our officers would be proposing the cost-neutral option of allowing the permit holders to submit their own patron counts, and officers would follow that up to with occasional visits to verify the accuracy of those counts being provided.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions on the item? All right, then I'll allow Councillor Nyaguy to start the address.
Thank you. I'll be brief. There's been a lot of concern, I guess, in the community at times about the impact that the parklets have on the availability of parking and the like in our high streets. Obviously, the largest parklets have the largest impact, and as part of the policy we approved earlier in the year, we had some constraints around how we might look at reviewing that. In conversations with officers, I felt it was timely to look at reviewing the patron venue demand for the parklets that are over 4 parking bays, and it was explained to me that with the way we'd worded the policy, that wouldn't be possible without kind of clarifying it through a notice of motion or something of the sort, particularly given we'd been so clear around narrowing the scope in the policy itself. So I thought this was the simplest way to do that, to look at making sure that ultimately that that impost that we have on our high streets is justified and lines up with strong patron and venue demand.
Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Councillor Nyaguy. Given that there is some different views in the local communities about the reasonability or otherwise of these multiple parklets, this is a great way as part of the desktop review to get information that will allow us to make a decision as to whether or not we keep the current arrangement. So, excellent idea.
Thank you. Councillor Sirkoff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to make an amendment to this motion, please.
Great. Thank you. What is the amendment?
It'll be point 1.2. Notes that feedback received from other traders.
If you can add an S to other traders, please. Yep.
Bracket via regular officer engagement, bracket, within the relevant commercial precinct will be considered as part of the desktop review.
Thank you. Who would like to second that? I'm happy to second that. Oh, sorry. Do you have a question? Yeah?
Question of officers, whether we're talking about trader feedback in relation to the 4 sites that have over 4 bays or all parklets as part of the desktop review, which is of all parklets, not just the ones over 4 bays.
Can I answer that? Or
is your question, it's on the amendment, and then you go to the officers, maybe the intention of the amendment? Go ahead, Sirkoff. Councillor Sirkoff.
The intention is the ones that are basically mentioned in this motion.
Do you need that clarified in a governance capacity?
So if we could change it to from other traders in the precincts named in this motion. I'll refer to in 1.1, that'd be good.
All right, and I'm fine to second that. The change. Okay, so we're speaking about the amendment only. Councillor Sirkoff, go ahead.
Thank you. So, councillors, I'd like you to consider the following. If a business has both a footpath trading permit and also a business parklet permit, but the footpath trading area is significantly underutilised while the business parklet is, say, 40 or 60% occupied, how will this determine the utilisation of a business parklet? Since the footpath trading area is meant to be the primary permit. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit tired.
That's right, keep going.
Since footpath trading area is meant to be the primary permit granted before outdoor seating for a business parking permit is issued. This is where commercial zones lose parking bays for shoppers when footpath trading is not used because of the availability of seeking in a business parklet occupying car spaces. Parklets were a consequence of COVID, which is now over, and car spaces have not been returned to some shopping centres which want them back. In March of this year, as you're already aware, that I did do a walk of Armstrong Street and spoke to a substantial majority of the shop owners to get their view on the new business parklet guidelines, which we were to vote on the following day, on the 15th of March 2023. There are approximately 30 plus businesses on Armstrong Street. My survey covered 31 shops, of which 5 were vacant and 3 businesses were closed. And And so we had 3 businesses that were closed at the time. Of the 22 businesses who were available to comment on the need for parklets or the maximum number of car spaces being proposed for business parklets in Armstrong Street, the response was a strong 20 out of 22 businesses said that they do not want a parklet. And also a strong 16 of these 22 businesses either wanted a significant reduction in the maximum number of car spaces made available for parklets or to have no parklets at all. And they reiterated to me that they didn't want parklets and that what was most important to them was the car parking spaces. Because this is really important for these businesses where daytime trading is a prominent activity in that street. And they wanted to continue to attract customers from other high streets and suburbs. One of the business owners I spoke to was the barber in Armstrong Street Village, who said that he is losing customers because customers are driving elsewhere and not dropping in. They continue to drive past on Canterbury Road and head for other centres because of loss of parking. And all at the same time, the parklet across the road from the barber is empty. Many traders commented that the parklet is underutilised in this area of Middle Park, is underutilised while the street traders are wanting car spaces for their customers also. I did share this survey with councillors prior to the March 23 council chamber meeting so that they would be aware of the concerns of the majority of shop owners on Armstrong Street who want to continue to be economically viable businesses. Only 2 traders were aware of the parklet guidelines being reviewed in March 2023. So I welcome a review of the utilisation of business parklets to include traders in the immediate commercial areas whereby council business staff coordinators can engage with these traders in their business as usual. So this will be no other added expense as well, but it's very important that we do include the views of traders because they were not aware of the parklet guidelines that went out in March 2023. Thank you.
Thanks. We're just looking at the wording here because I think it's a bit clunky. So can you show me?
Through you, Mayor, I was just suggesting that it read instead, notes the feedback received from other traders via regular officer engagement within the relevant commercial precinct referred to in 1.1 will be considered as part of the desktop review.
Yeah, it sounds
good. Yeah, it repeats. So I'm fine to second that. Thank you. It is late. It is hard to do all this thinking at this hour, but I think it's important that we get it right with the parklets. They are a benefit, but they're also a constraint on areas. So not to rehash everything, I think you've spelled it out well, that this amendment does include also having that regular officer engagement, utilising that we already have. So happy to support the amendment. Anybody else speaking to the amendment? Councillor Bond?
I won't be speaking to this, as this is just a blatant attempt to rehash a decision we've already made twice in these chambers. This amendment will be used to harass and bully one business. It will set trader against trader. It will cause division in the streets. It will, create all sorts of issues with an item that we've already decided on in this particular chamber. I'm happy to do a review, but if we're going to start allowing other traders to have input into that review, we're effectively rehashing these decisions. There's opportunities for people when we review our parklet policy annually or biannually or whenever we review that, for people to have input to that, and that is the appropriate time for other traders and everyone in the community to have input into our parklet policy, not via this review. If officers want to do a desktop review of this and get some information on what the usage is, well, it can inform our future policies, future decisions. I'm fine with that. But if we're going to start and set trader against trader, which is exactly what this will do, down there. People, let's be honest, as Councillor Sirikoff said, this is all about the Middle Park Hotel and getting rid of the parklets outside the Middle Park Hotel. And Councillor Sirikoff will then use other traders in the street to put in complaints about this. It's not being used, and we can see exactly how this will play out. So I certainly won't be supporting this amendment. I urge my fellow councillors not to. Yes, let's do the review, but let's not go down the path of where this is intended to go by this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. To speak to it.
I don't believe that Councillor Sirikoff is trying to set trader against trader. I understand that she has concerns about the number of parklets, but I do think Councillor Bond is correct that if traders believe that they've got the opportunity to be involved in a review, it will inadvertently set trader against trader, and I believe we can get all the relevant information through the first part of the amendment that the first part of this notice of motion that Councillor Nyaguy has already put up. Yes, it's important to get the information, and yes, if we find that those parklets aren't being fully utilised, we should reduce the number. Absolutely, and I'm sure Councillor Sirikoff would love to see that outcome as well. But yeah, I understand, Councillor Sirikoff, that you're trying to get as much information as possible, but I think inadvertently, if we accept this amendment, what Councillor Bond is suggesting will happen, and we'll have interactions between people that could become not as pleasant as we'd like, and yet we can still get all the relevant information just with the first part of Councillor Nyaguy's notice of motion.
Thank you. Anybody else speaking to the amendment? Councillor Nyaguy?
I think I'm kind of toing and froing on this. I guess my concern here is where I think and early in the day I was probably more comfortable with it, but now that I'm thinking about it a bit more, I think that the challenge we have here is that the purpose of this, my intention with this, is it's just purely to, as part of a desktop review, we're not going out and doing lots of engagement, and we're just focusing on making sure that the bigger parklets are meeting that patron and venue demand requirement. And I guess my concern with 1.2 is that if that's the function of the review, then the only feedback we're asking from the traders is whether they think that that venue is meeting that, which is kind of like asking them to inform on each other. And the more I think about it, the more I don't know that sits well with me, actually. I think if we were having a broader conversation about street parking and demands and all that stuff, fine. But given that we're just talking about this specific thing, I think it's probably not right. I don't want to widen the view because then we're just getting into as Councillor Bond says, we're rehashing things and we're going to spend a bunch of money. I really don't want us to do that. I want to keep this simple. So I'm going to vote against.
Okay, anybody else speaking to the amendment? Councillor Clark.
So the original motion requires officers to go out and validate the information that the businesses send in. So there is already a cost and there is already actions required by officers. So that needs to be clear. In terms of this part, is not getting any more officers' activities or work than what your original motion proposed. It's not setting business against business, as Councillor Martin suggested. It's using the business group that looks after the officers that look after BAG and other business traders to validate and to go when they're out there to look at that information. So I don't see the suggestion that it's pitting business against business is way overplayed. You've got officers who look after businesses or the business groups validating information, and the original motion requires officers to validate the information that the business has sent in. So to me, the motions, the two parts are consistent and minimise, as both the council officer told us, minimise the requirement by officers to do any additional work by using the business council officers and by using the existing officers to go and validate the work. So I'm comfortable that this motion doesn't require excessive council officer support, or I wouldn't support it, and is consistent in terms, this amendment is consistent with the original intent of the motion. Thank you.
Anybody else speaking to the amendment? Otherwise I'll take it to the vote. All those in favour of the amendment? All those against? All right, it's lost. So we're going back to the original notice of motion as written, so that's just 1.1. And who's spoken to it so far was Nyaguy and Martin, right? Did you speak? No, you haven't spoken yet? Sorry. Thank you for correcting me. All right, so it is your turn, Councillor Martin.
Eminently reasonable that we have a look at this, because I know that there are different views in the community. Best way to do it is to do it as part of a desktop review without incurring any additional expense to the council, but finding out whether these parklets are being used to the full, and if they're not, then no doubt the desktop review will make an appropriate recommendation about reducing the number. But done cleanly, nicely, and without any potential of setting trader against trader, but getting information that we need.
Thank you. Anybody else speaking to the notice of motion? No. Do you want to close?
Just to say, I like to listen to the community. I hope that my colleagues will do the same and do a little bit of, reviewing.
Thank you. Let's take it to the vote. All those in favour? That's all those against? All right, that's carried. Okay. Item 15 is reports by councillor delegates. Who has something to share tonight as a report on councillor delegate? Fair enough. It is a busy meeting. Now number 16 is urgent business. The CEO has requested to raise an item of urgent business, being changes to planning delegations, 15th December 2023, until the first sitting of the Planning Committee in 2024, and the appointment of authorised officer pursuant to the Planning and Environment Act 1987. I'll now ask the CEO to speak to the urgency of this item.
Through you, Mayor, and apologies to you and to councillors for bringing this item late on such a busy night. Hopefully it is a procedural item for you to work through. The item was originally scheduled to be tabled at the 14th December Planning Committee meeting, but in accordance with Section 11 of the Local Government Act 2020, the Planning Committee cannot consider powers of delegation. So in order to ensure officers can continue to undertake specific planning activities from 15th of December until the first Planning Committee meeting in 2024, this item has been tabled as urgent business to be considered tonight. Additionally, officers have included the authorisation of several planning officers who have recently joined the City of Port Phillip in accordance with the Planning and Environment Act 1987.
All right, we need to vote on accepting this as an item of urgent business. I'll move that. Who would like to second it? Councillor Bond. Thank you. I don't need to speak to it. Councillor Bond, do you need to speak to it? Otherwise, let's take it to the vote. All those in favour of it being an item of urgent business? That's carried unanimous. Thank you. All right, now we'll actually consider the item. So this urgent item is, again, changes to planning delegations from the 15th of December 2023 until the first sitting of the Planning Committee in 2024, and authorises the appointment of authorised officers. Okay. Councillors, do you have any questions of the officers in relation to this report? Councillor Bond.
What items are likely to fall into this period that may require the CEO to exercise these powers? Is there anything coming up that's known at this stage that is falling into that particular period?
I'll put it over to Brian T.
Through you, there are no known items. This is purely precautionary in case council officers have to respond to an appeal at VCAT or directions at VCAT, an application for certain matters, and where possible, unless we absolutely have to respond, we will hold those matters off until we have a council meeting. This is a purely cautionary step only.
Any further questions? If not, looking for a mover of the item, Councillor Martin, and I'll second it. Councillor Consultor to second. Councillor Martin, you speaking to it?
Super briefly, I note at the planning meeting last week, Mayor, you made a special presentation to Donna D'Alessandro, who's left us, and I note that one of the officers we need to delegate is, I can't remember Larry's surname. Help me, CEO.
Parsons.
Larry Parsons, and some other new people. Very sad that we've lost a wonderful officer, and it's been mentioned in a planning meeting. I'm just referring to it now as part of a council meeting, just so that if anyone's out there, they know that we've lost one of our many valued staff. But we need to make sure that the new people are fully authorised to act in the absence of the council meeting before next February. So if we don't pass this motion, we could have huge issues at VCAT. Let's hope we don't.
Thank you. I don't need to speak to it. Anybody else speaking to it? All right, let's go to the vote. All those in favour? It's carried unanimous. Thank you. All right. Confidential matters. Councillors, we have 4 confidential reports listed on the agenda, being 17.1, graffiti removal services, 17.2, building services maintenance contract, 17.3, declaration of extraordinary circumstances, parking ticket machine software and 4G upgrade, and 17.4, a property matter. As noted earlier, item 17.5, preliminary submission to Fisherman's Bend Development Contributions Plan and Open Space Uplift Mechanism, that's the Planning Scheme Amendment, GC 224, was considered in the open agenda at item 10.4. I now call upon a councillor to move that the meeting be closed to members of the public to consider the confidential items. Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Who's seconding that? Thank you, Councillor Sirikoff. I now put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimous. Thank you. Councillors, we've now concluded the public part of this meeting. I advise members of the public that there are no further open items to be discussed. This will be the conclusion of the public meeting. Thank you for joining us tonight as we finish.
Have a good Christmas.
As we finish at 11:26. Thank you.